Hello everyone, and welcome to the webinar Lithium Mining and Environmental Injustice. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, the speakers, for accepting our invitation, and to the audience for your interest. My name is Olga Nikolic, and me and my colleague Zoran Eric from the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory will be moderators of this event. Today's program consists of two panels. The first panel includes 4 speakers, while the second is planned with 5. After each panel, we've set aside 45 minutes for discussion, during which the audience is warmly invited to comment, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. Each speaker will have 15 minutes for their presentation. We, the moderators, will let you know when there are 5 minutes remaining so you can begin wrapping up. And then we will also let you know when you have 1 minute left. We will let you know in the chat because we don't want to interrupt your talk. So please keep in mind that you should take a look at the chat from time to time. Before we begin, I'd like to offer a brief note on the situation here in Serbia. As some of you may know, Serbia is currently in the midst of a serious political crisis. For the past 5 months, students across the country have been protesting against systemic corruption and state violence. 7 public and many private universities in Serbia have been blocked by students in unprecedented protests never seen before here, and the academic community has largely stood in solidarity with the students. This is a new and important development also in the context of the big lithium mining project planned here in Serbia, the project Jadar. Even before the current protests, the project has faced strong public opposition due to the ecological risks it poses. And now the opposition is even greater because the students are also opposing it. In fact, they are currently having a protest march. They're walking 150 kilometers from Belgrade and Novi Sad to Loznica, the biggest city directly affected by the mining plants. So our discussion here today is indeed extremely relevant for the local context. At our own institute, we have decided a few months ago to block our public events in solidarity with the students. This webinar was planned before that decision. It is planned within the Global Justice Initiative of the Consortium of Humanities Centers and Institutes. And this is why we decided to not cancel the event. But this is also why we have limited our public promotion of the event. There have been no announcements on our website or social media channels. The event is being recorded, and we plan to share the video publicly on our YouTube channel once the decision to resume public events has been made at our institute. And with that being said, I'll hand it over to my colleague Zoran, who also wishes to say a few words.
Thank you, Olga. It's very important to explain the context. We are struggling how to deal with this situation, but what we found the most important that the local context is not the only one that has suffered from similar consequences. And for our webinar, the basic idea is to form like some kind of horizontal networks of researchers, activists, and to learn from each other, to gather experiences from different mining projects of lithium globally. And henceforth, we believe that we will hear very interesting case studies and also theoretical argumentations about extractivist politics, neocolonialism from different toponyms, and what I love to say, like uneven geographies. So you're all warmly welcome. I won't be too long, so let's go to the first panel. Olga will be moderating it, and I will join then on a second as a moderator. Thank you all again.
Okay, then we can start with our first panel. We're opening with Mariana Riquito from the University of Amsterdam. Mariana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Olga and Zoran, for organizing this and for letting us know about the context in Serbia. I would like to extend my solidarity with the student movement and also with the academic movement, which is standing in solidarity with students I think it's very important that we keep pushing for this critical debate. So thank you also for organizing this amidst this crisis. And I think I would like to share my screen if possible. I will do it. Hopefully, you will be able to see it. You are.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So for today, I prepared a short presentation about what is going on in Barroso, which is located in the northern part of Portugal. And this Barroso case hopefully will show, but as well as the Serbian case, which Nina will talk about, and many other speakers will also present, the paradoxes and the contradictions of the current energy transition and how lithium mining is closely intertwined with these socio-ecological injustices. But first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Amsterdam, as well as a junior researcher at the Center for Social Studies at the University of Coimbra. And I have been closely collaborating and engaged and in this struggle since 2021. So my positionality on this case is clearly of someone who stands together and side by side with local communities and many other individuals and collectives fighting against the expansion of extractivism within our borders, but also beyond our borders. And this is why these type of seminars are so important, so that we do not forget that this is a global and communal project. So a bit about the context. Probably, as you all know, lithium mining projects have been on the spotlight and are now a hot topic under the big umbrella of the energy transition. In Europe, we could say that the signing of the European Green Deal, and as well as many other policies and instruments, has really pushed this rush for more critical materials. And in Portugal, here I have a photo of our roadmap for carbon neutrality, which, just like the Green New Deal, sets the pathways of how Portugal can reach so-called carbon neutrality by 2050. So these targets and the policies that have been implemented at the EU level and are reflected at the Portuguese national level are really policies that are pushing for more extraction and that are creating this narrative that more metals and minerals are needed to create these carbon neutral infrastructures and technologies. One important policy is clearly the European Critical Raw Materials Act, which I'm sure many of you are aware, because it really sets the benchmarks for onshoring, as Theory of Frankos, which from whom we will hear in the afternoon, says onshoring minerals and metals, as well as the processing of them, the recycling within the European borders. So this directive, which was approved last year in 2024, really is pushing this, accelerating this rush, this metal rush, and specifically the lithium rush across the EU. In Portugal, in this map, we can see that there are, since 2016 up to 2023, this is not an updated map, because so far in 2025, we already have even more concession contracts. But what we see is that, especially in the central and northern region of the country, many concession contracts for lithium mining projects have been signed or have been requested. And so, according to data that was compiled by Mining Watch Portugal, there's 8% of the continental land mass of Portugal slated for lithium mining projects, which is a huge area. And really the Portuguese government, the current one, which is about to, which has fell, but also the previous ones since 2015 really have put lithium mining as a top priority in the energy transition policies and energy transition agenda. And we can say that the project owned by Savannah Resources, a British multinational stock exchange company, is really the epicenter of this lithium rush in Portugal. So Savannah Resources, as I said, is a British company, and the project that they own is located in Covas do Barroso, a small village in the northern part of Portugal. And it consists of 4 open pit mines, 1 processing unit, which would be working 24 hours for 7 days a week, 1 waste tailing dam for the waste coming from the processing unit, 4 other waste tailing dams for the other for the tails coming from for the waste, sorry, that is not processed, and several other infrastructure. So what we can see is that this is a huge project located very, very close to local people. The distance between the biggest pit and Romainho, one of the local villages which would be affected, is less than 500 meters, and the distance between Covas do Barroso, the other village, and another pit would be over 700 meters. So we can really see that the close proximity with the local populations, and also the huge impact that this project would have on the landscape. Not only on the landscape, but also on socioeconomic activities and on the way of life, as we will see, because 71% of this concession area is located in communal lands, what we call baldios. So this is a type of collective property that is communally owned and managed. It belongs to the community, so it belongs to the people who live in Covas. It is neither private nor state owned, and only the state could expropriate these lands. So what we can see here is clearly that this project would require the expropriation of massive communally owned lands, something that really resembles what has happened during the dictatorship in Portugal, as well as in other previous political periods where communal lands were seized and expropriated from peasants and local communities. And just a quick chronology so that we understand the unjust manner of how this came to being, how we got here. The way people heard about this project was through someone who was immigrated in London and read on the news that the biggest open pit lithium mine of Europe would be in Covas do Barroso, their own village. So people were not even aware of the plans that the company had and the state had for their own lives and their own territories that are indissociable, as I will try to show. And it was and all this started in 2006 when a concession contract for quartz and feldspar was signed in an area of only 120 hectares. And then the state in 2016 signed an addendum that enlarged that contract up to 542 hectares and added the mineral lithium. So basically, without any public consultation, the state completely changed the purpose and the size of this contract. And that this is at the same time that Savannah Resources bought that concession contract, and the local contestation started. Of course, the company was not expecting contestation, and the government neither. I do think, and people do believe, that they were expecting to enter these lands without any opposition, and that is why they also did things in a very untransparent way. But since 2018, when people realized what was going on, a strong contestation movement began, which forced the company to present several documents. So this has been a long process. What is important to notice is that the first environmental impact assessment was fully rejected by the Portuguese Environmental Agency. The Portuguese Environmental Agency highlights a lot of consequences, irreversible and non-mitigatable consequences for the environment, for biodiversity loss, for the livelihoods, for the classification of this territory as World Agricultural Heritage. And yet there was pressure from the Geology Directorate to have a reformulated project. And in 2023, the company was able to present a reformulated environmental impact assessment, which received a conditionally favorable environmental impact statement. And part of those conditions is to conduct more prospecting work. So actually to know how much lithium is there, because prospection work was fully stopped right at the beginning when the company tried to enter Kovač in 2017, 2018. And because the people are contesting this project and are resisting this project, and because many of these lands are communal, Savannah does not have access to these lands. And that is why in November 23, the company tried to enter a plot of communal lands. And from that day onwards, for 7 months, there was a collective process of blocking this plot of land, not allowing the company to do those prospecting works. Not satisfied, in December last year, the company received an administrative easement, which was signed by the Ministry of the Environment, which allows the company 1-year access both to private and communal land. So really we're seeing some sort of temporary expropriation in order for the company to meet the conditions applied by the state. So the state is really facilitating the seizure and this expropriation of lands by the communities. Moreover, it's important to note that the project received the strategic project status from the European Commission under the Critical Raw Materials Act, which I mentioned earlier, which really shows how this project is really considered key and urgent and strategic for the energy transition policies nationally and at the European level. So I also brought some photos of the prospecting works that are currently going on since December last year up until today in Covas do Barroso, and some of the destruction that is already visible and that is already creating pressure points in the landscape, in the waters, in the rivers, in the mountains. This is a drone view from the prospecting works that are being conducted currently. And so, because here today we're talking about struggles and movements and land defenders, I would like to tell you why are people opposing this project. As we have seen, there have been a lot of processual issues in terms of non-transparency, non-access to information, to documentation. There's also already visible scars on the land, so ecological damage, a clear threat to local livelihoods. And this is because Barroso, this region, is classified as World Agricultural Heritage. It received its classification in 2018, so precisely at the same time when the company tried to, initially entered this territory. And this classification was granted by the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, and it recognizes how the agricultural practices maintain a diverse, biodiverse, and relatively intact landscape. And it also recognizes the communitarianism of its inhabitants and how local livelihoods really are ingrained in these ancestral traditional practices. So indeed, in Barroso, many people live off agriculture or beekeeping activities. Virtually everyone has their own vegetable garden where they grow seasonal fruits and vegetables and crops. There's fruit trees. And so here are some photos of the daily life in Kovač. And many of the people who live off agriculture, they really depend on the communal lands because the type of land property in this area is characterized by minifundios, so really very mini lands, very small plots of land. And communal lands are therefore very important to compensate for this lack of private ownership of land. In Covas do Barroso, people still live with traditional and oftentimes ancestral, immemorial practices, such as the ancestral water sharing system, which occurs during the summer, a collective system of sharing water that follows ancestral rules and follows a solar watch. A lot of agrarian works are still conducted in a collective way between neighbors and family members. And a lot of traditional food making practices also are still practiced and are very important for what we can call semi-subsistence agrarian economy. And so what we can see is that there is a particular modo de vida, a particular way of life, which is rooted in these ancestral practices and fosters a deep sense of belonging to this place. And so the conflict against lithium mining in Barroso is not simply about defending or not simply about opposing an industrial project, an extractivist project, or not simply rooted in environmental, ecological, economic causes, but it also is, but it is also, can also be understood as an ongoing process of contestation over socio-natural worlds and a contestation over what kind of life, what kind of particular way of life is desirable. And so in Kovas, throughout the time that I have lived there, and also throughout these last years of daily contact with people there, we can see that the energy transition is really being contested from below. People are challenging the false solutions that are presented with this decarbonization consensus, claiming that we cannot decarbonize, we cannot claim to be decarbonizing while at the same time destroying forests and rivers and lands. And so they really challenge this carbon tunnel vision, which reduces everything to CO2 emissions. And I do believe that that comes from their own life experience and their own life so deeply rooted in the territory, in the land, in these affective relations with waters, with mountains, with forests, that allows them to understand and to know, both theoretically but also bodily, what decarbonization can or not be. It also, people often also say that they refuse what happened? Sorry, I think my screen stopped.
Yes, we are seeing the slide experiencing and conceptualizing the energy transition in and from Barroso.
Okay.
Oh, I
sorry.
just wanted to say there is 1 minute. If you
Okay, I'm finishing. Yes, sorry. I wasn't seeing it anymore, but now it is. Yeah, to conclude, people also refuse to become what can be considered a sacrifice zone. They use their own words to say, we refuse to be sacrificed in order for the cities to keep polluting or the companies to keep polluting. And they really refer this sacrificial experience with their own past of being created as inferior or as subaltern, because this is a rural area with no hospitals, no schools, where really state abandonment is very clear. And so they also relate this current experience of being constructed as a potential sacrifice zone to already having been sacrificed for the sake of what is considered the better goods. And so to conclude, yes, just to say that the Barroso case, of course, really highlights the paradoxes, the contradictions, and is a prime example of this, how the energy transition and how the paradoxes and contradictions of the energy transition is creating more environmental, social, economic injustice, and this rush, this push to decarbonize, which is so needed, is probably repeating the same patterns, because precisely it is repeating the same patterns of accumulation, capital accumulation for some companies, of state authoritarianism, and the peripheralization of rural communities, and the seizure and land grabbing of these communities. So again, thank you, and I'll stop here. That I know my time is.
Thank you very much, Mariana. It was really interesting, and I agree. It highlights many of the problems of ecological injustice that are in our focus today. Um, I believe we will have opportunities to compare the situation in Serbia, which is in many ways similar to the one in Portugal, but in some ways also different during the discussion. Now our next speaker is Marko Žilović from the University of Belgrade.
Hi everyone, thank you. Let me just figure out how to share my screen. I think I should do it. Is it okay? Do you guys see my screen? Yep, okay. So my presentation today is sort of, I think, really good comparative angle with the, I'm glad that we had the opportunity to hear more about the Portuguese case. It's really, the Serbian case, really a rich case. I think a lot of angles that one can explore, and I have presented this in various settings, both disciplinary and geographic. And given that this is the webinar dedicated to the other project, I'm decided I'm going to assume some level of familiarity with the background of the project and the developments, and try to focus more on my arguments. But I'm happy in the Q&A to clarify anything that maybe was missing from my presentation, because I'm trying to fit into the time limit. So one way I think of interesting way of thinking about the project is it has a more comparative angle, is precisely this idea of onshoring. We heard about it a little bit, or nearshoring. So there are geopolitical and economic reasons why European Union, the United States, sort of the advanced industrialized countries are really suddenly interested in mining critical minerals near the home in their own countries, or in countries that are geographically close, politically aligned. And this really represents a reversal of a long trend where most of these sort of these large, important extractivist projects have been sort of outsourced to the countries of the third war. And Serbia, I guess to some extent, Portugal too, sits in an interesting sort of place in between, where it's a European country, but outside the European Union, economically weak. So it's kind of a peripheral, but still European. And what I wanted to focus on today in presentation is how is this sudden interest in the newly valuable minerals impacting the politics of some of these places. In case of Serbia, obviously, we're dealing with an authoritarian regime as well, but also within a European country. But then the vice versa, I'm interested also in the question of how is the sort of entanglement of this, so the global gold rush, or the rush for the critical minerals, affect the politics of it, international politics of it, and mobilization. How is that affected by sort of being played out in the new places that we are not used to studying in this context, because the large scale mining simply hasn't been done in Europe for a very long time. Especially the new projects haven't been sort of successfully developed. And in order to sort of just to preview the answer, I think one important distinction that we need to keep in mind when we're talking about these kind of projects in Europe, we used to think about these projects. I think a lot of literature focuses on Latin America, places in Africa, maybe Australia. But these are places that are, first, the population density is much lower than in Europe. So we don't encounter usually with these projects the impact on the local community to the extent that we see in, say, in Portugal or in Serbia, where the villages are literally on the spot where the mining is supposed to happen. But I think another important difference is that in Europe, the population is much more successfully has been much more successfully nationalized. So in a lot of these places, when we know a lot of the literature focuses on the sort of the resistance comes in sort of immediate environment comes from Aboriginal indigenous groups, whereas here the local villages are part of the core national group of the nation state, which I think creates a slightly different dynamics. At least in the Serbian case, I argue that was the case. And in some ways makes the resistance easier because the villages can appeal to this sort of shared sense of national identity and can sort of it's perhaps easier for other citizens to establish solidarity with them based on this shared identity. My argument is that was the case in the Serbian campaign against lithium mining, but at the same time there is a risk because now we are not dealing with sort of historically oppressed indigenous communities who are resisting sort of the state power. We are dealing with the core national group. There is a risk of the environmentalist mobilization being associated, and so interacting in various different ways, interesting ways, I think, with the sort of nationalist liberal discourses that are sort of part of that, in certain case, part of the sort of the whole history, recent and more deep history of nationalist ideology, Serbian nationalism. And not only that, in Europe, the sort of these places are inhabited by the by the members of the core group. In all of these places, especially Central and Eastern Europe, the nation building project of the 19th century sort of endowed this countryside, this ancestral way of life with a certain, special status in the national imaginary, the sort of idealized representation of the true uncorrupted ways of national life, which I think also, changes slightly the dynamics of mobilization, counter mobilization in the cases happening in such places that I think Europe especially is a place where populations are very much nationalized, homogenized through a long history, and that I think makes it different, makes the politics of the opposing lithium mining slightly different than in some other places. I think we can. I'll try briefly to illustrate how these dynamics played out in the case of Serbia. So the campaign, I think, anti-mining campaign, which was successful relatively, and it sort of prolonged the project, stopped it for several years, and sort of was in that respect more successful than any other previous wave of mobilization against the Serbian authoritarian regime, say perhaps of the current student-led movement. And part of the reasons why it was successful is that it played up this role of nationality. In some ways, in the public mind, the opposition to the mining became equated with the protection of the national identity. I think that was in part a strategic choice by the campaign, and one of the ways it did that was by putting the villages front and center of this campaign. And the villages appeared in two guys, if you want, or in two roles. One is this sort of idealized villages in the campaign videos, so the March on Drina or March from Drina, the sort of umbrella campaign opposing the other project, issued the several music videos and the sort of various online content where you see people dancing in folklore costumes, and this is sort of contrasted with the bleak post-socialist industrial landscapes. So the villages appear there as a sort of positive node in that comparison, but also the real villages. So the campaign was composed of various actors. Some of them, as I will discuss later, very much sort of nationalist local politicians, and then you had the sort of more transnationalized environmental activists, kind of people that we would perhaps expect to see in these kind of campaigns, but also the locals. And the locals, I think, played an important role because even though they are not these, they don't resemble exactly these idealized villages from the videos, they don't wear the traditional national costumes. And most of them actually they do engage maybe in some agriculture, but they do have professions. So the activists who are most visible in the media are actually a local teacher, a vet, so people with the some at a higher level of education, but nevertheless, by simply by putting them in front of the cameras, and they were able to speak in this dialect of Western Serbia, that unmistakably I think conveys to a Serbian audience the sense of authenticity, connectedness to the place. It's the dialect that formed the core of the sort of literary language as it was codified in the 19th century. So their presence I think in the front of the camera, instead of a lot of these other activists who had maybe more globalized habitus, if you like, I think was a strategic decision in order exactly to play up this image of the villager. And I peppered my presentation here with some of the quotes that I think highlight these dynamics. So here we have a university professor who was very active in opposing the project, sort of explaining, basically painting these villagers as innocent, not debased in a way of this worldly swindlers who were able to sort of just exploit the trust and try to sort of trick them out of their land. So it fits into this idealized vision of a national 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to solve this. Okay, I'm going to move on. And then also another way in which the campaign played up this equality between national identity and the opposition to the mine was the fact that it just happened so that the mine was supposed to be in the area of Serbia that was site of several important battles of the First World War, which are also an important element of sort of Serbian school curriculum and sort of the important elements of our nation building. The very name of the campaign, March from the Drina, sort of is a play on a song that was written during the First World War, March on the Drina, and so celebrates the unexpected victory of the Serbian military in the early stages of the conflict. And a lot of this opposition to the mine was imbued with this militarized discourse. Rio Tinto was called the punitive expedition, and people sort of highlighted its supplying of the World War II German army with the irons, and draw parallels with this. And the last quote sort of directly connects the lived experience of the locals with the sort of the importance of these battles and the ancestral sacrifices with the and sort of drawing parallels that they are defending their land in a way that the grandfathers used to defend them from the occupiers, whereas Rio Tinto plays the role of modern occupier. And together, those strategies, I think, had the goal of making this a moral rather than pragmatic issue. And in a lot of the villages who actually live in the place where the mine is supposed to happen, a lot of them did sell the land, especially before this became a very contentious issue in Serbia. And so some of them approached this as a practical issue. So, there's a guy who has two daughters living in the city. He's old, he's alone. He wanted to sell. He got a good price to move to the city and be closer to his family. And he saw this as a practical issue. But the campaign then, I think, in the mobilization of the local opposition to the mine, sort of repainted this as something that would be a treasonous towards the identity, towards the ancestors, and something that would be shameful to do. So it became a moral, not a pragmatic issue. And from the beginning, I said there was a motley crew of people involved in the campaign. So some perhaps unexpected actors, the far-right actors who were present there from the beginning. Some of them, I must say, really dedicated, genuine environmental activists at the same time as being sort of believers in various anti-vax theories and so on. Some of them more opportunistically, sort of politically engaging with this issue in order to capitalize electorally. But the campaign was very, I think, careful not to go too far into these far-right sectors, but this far-right sort of discourses, but they were present enough in the campaign the cornerstone, I think, of the campaign was this equation between the opposition to the mine and the national identity, which made the whole cause attractive to the wider far-right community. Another aspect of the campaign that I find helped this or facilitate the linkages to the far right was that the campaign really sized on some legitimate questions and non-transparencies of the state-led and company-led project, but then filled in those answered these questions with a lot of the often disinformation, I might say. So there was a widespread belief among the people opposing the mine, still is, that EU has actually banned lithium mining in its territory because it's so devastatingly ecologically bad. And a lot of people who sort of tried to argue perhaps a more nuanced position. Some of the people like Vladica Popovic, who were part of the campaign in the beginning, the professor of geology and mining, later ostracized from the movement because and often using this sort of idea that anyone who contradicts the campaign, the claims of the campaign, is in the pocket of the big miners. So there's a parallel with the sort of the anti-vaxxers opposition to saying anyone who supports vaccines is in the pocket of the big pharma. So all of the other sort of the more sort of fringe ideas like that Ukraine was invaded in order to save it from the Western mining and so on. But I think the common theme of these various sort of discourses that were circulating in the public and helped mobilize people was that there is this shadowy power centers that are deciding the fate of the world, and that these shadowy centers somehow decided that Serbia is not only this area of the Serbia where the mine is proposed, but the whole country is supposed to be this sacrificial zone, mining colony, and so on, which played into a lot of these sort of nationalist, anti-globalist discourses that are pervasive in the Serbian society. So I think that enabled the campaign to be more successful in terms of it broadened its appeal to the people outside of the urban centers, not the usual sort of people who participate in the opposition protests. And these tensions were manageable because you can also pitch environmentalism as a valence issue, something apolitical, where even though we have our disagreements about these broader ideological issues, we can come together around the protection of the environment. So in the interest of time, let's see. I think this might be representative of the broader transformation of the politics of anti-extractivism and extractivism, as if it does move more forcefully to the European continent, whereas the context is different, I think, from the places where we are used to studying this phenomena. And this refrain, there is a potential, at least for the opposition to the extractivism, to be reframed in eco-nativist terms, and it has a payoffs in terms of propelling the campaign to perhaps a larger success in mobilizing people. I think also risks challenges of reconciling these established nationalist narratives with the broader emancipatory commitments of the transnational environmentalist or anti-extractivist movements. So that was briefly my presentation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Marco, for pointing out some of the more problematic talking points of this movement, environmentalist movement, or parts of it here in Serbia. And we are moving on with Mila Djukanovic from the University of Oxford.
Thank you, Olga. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? I must say, I'm not really sure how to continue because I find myself rather shocked by Marco's presentation, and I find myself really deeply disagreeing with many things that were said. not only disagreeing, but I find some things that were said to be really problematic in terms of how the local community has been framed and referred to as villagers in very sweeping statements. So I must say I really have to collect myself for a few seconds. Perhaps it's better to leave this for the discussion, because I also wouldn't want to take away from my own time for the presentation. But perhaps one thing that I have to highlight really at the very beginning is that the movement against the Jadar project in Serbia and against lithium more broadly is incredibly diverse and constitutes many different groups, communities, environmental, climate organizations, student movements, and so on. And I really don't think that applying these sweeping statements about some of the nationalist issues is helpful or productive in any way. So I just wanted to distance myself from this at the very start. And I will continue with my presentation. I'll try not to take more than 15 minutes, and then I'm happy to continue during the discussion and hopefully, yeah, also have a clear idea of what I want to say. So I'll start by sharing my screen. Let's see. Oops. Sorry, right at the beginning. Can everyone see that? Yes, thank you. All right. Hello again. My name is Nina Djukanovic. I'm a PhD student at the University of Oxford. And for the past 4 years, I have been focusing on the case of resistance to lithium mining in Serbia. The presentation today is titled Beyond Green Extractivism, Refusing Lithium Mining in Serbia. And I also wanted to thank Mariana very much for her presentation. I found it really fascinating, and I'm really excited to discuss some of the things, yeah, some of the connections that emerge. I want to spend a few moments to talk about my methodology and my positionality. I start with this gorgeous photo from Pravo na Vodu, which I think is also here joining this webinar. It's an organization that brought together activists from different countries in February previous year. And this is bringing together the local community in the Jadar Valley, as well as some of the representatives or NGOs from Portugal, Spain, Peru, but also Ecuador, including some indigenous members and Native Americans. And to me, that was really one of the examples of international solidarity and of just the sheer diversity of the movement. And I use this as a starting point to talk about my methodology, because as I said, I have been very closely involved with the movement for the past 4 years. And here I also really want to take a moment to highlight the importance of ethnographic engagement and of talking directly with the local communities and with the affected people who are at the front lines of defending their lands and livelihoods. And even though I'm, of course, researcher and a PhD candidate, I also see myself as part of this broader ecosystem of very diverse activists. And while it is not my intention at all to speak in the name of the local communities, because I am not from any of the affected areas, I see myself as an ally. That is why I think it's also important to include some of those perspectives here. I will go through some of the context very quickly, even though I think that, yeah, some of these things might be well known to you, but just to highlight that we are indeed finding ourselves in the climate crisis. This is one of my favorite graphs, which really illustrates the point with the CO2 rising dramatically over the past decades. And this graph plots the rise of the CO2 against some of the some of the world conferences and diplomatic efforts to tackle this. But of course, as we know, this had very little effect on any of meaningful directions, especially as Mariana highlighted, one of the main really policies or one of the main strategies, which is the European Green Deal or the Green New Deal in the US. Even the hegemonic strategies that are intended to tackle the climate change ultimately fundamentally depend on extractivism and reproduce these same old dynamics. This is another graph that I just wanted to show for context. I use it always to talk about the issue of lithium mining. What it shows is that actually just a few years ago, for the very first time in the human history, the use of lithium in electric vehicles surpassed the use of lithium in all the other appliances. So this is a really dramatic shift because lithium is used in batteries. So it is present everywhere from laptops, mobile phones, but also in medicine or ceramics. It is an incredibly important element, but what we're seeing is with this blue column is a dramatic change in the composition of the future demand. So not only is the future demand rising dramatically over the next decades, but it is very much driven by electric vehicles, the vast majority of which are, of course, individual cars. So it is the individual automobility and the system of infinite economic growth that is driving this extractivism. So some of the points I want to highlight is that, first of all, there is a clear imperative to move away from fossil fuel-based economy and fossil extractivism precisely because of the climate crisis in which we find ourselves. But the question is, what happens when extractivism of a certain kind of resource, in this case lithium, is presented by some interest groups not as in opposition to sustainability, but as being in its very heart? So what we're seeing now is that lithium is really being presented as the silver bullet to the climate crisis. And how are the shifting geopolitics translating on the local level, where the new frontiers of extractivism are emerging, whether that is in the global south, in the EU, or outside of the EU? Here, of course, I focus on the case of Jadar, which is located in the western part of Serbia. Here is just a little map also to illustrate that it's an area that is incredibly rich in rivers, also underground waters, and that is also one of the reasons that the area itself is incredibly fertile. It is sometimes considered the breadbasket of Serbia, of the country, and very similarly to what Mariana highlighted, most of the local communities work as farmers or agricultural workers and very much depend on the agricultural produce, on land and soil for their livelihoods, but also, as I will later come back to, for the emotional and personal aspects of the struggle. So in 2004, a completely new mineral was discovered. It was later named Jadarite after the local river. The discovery was made by Rio Tinto, which is one of the largest mining corporations in the world. And over the years, as the inspections continued, it was established that Jadarite was found to have an unusually high volume of lithium, and it was allegedly said to become the Europe's biggest lithium mine. Although one thing I must highlight, yes, I see Mariana smiling, is that, as we know, so many of these projects across Europe claim to be the Europe's biggest lithium mine. So this, of course, is also something to be taken with a pinch of salt. What later emerged over the years in a very, I must highlight, grassroots manner, something that took a very long time to establish, was indeed the resistance movement against this mining project, which was led by the local communities who were faced with the prospect of having to leave the villages in which many of them lived for generations. And I believe that it was also their ability to create very strong networks of solidarity and cooperation with very diverse organizations, including NGOs in Belgrade or other communities that are only to be affected by some lithium explorations that led to a mass movement. So I have now this photo of a massive protest. This was one of the biggest ones, which took place in December 2021. And now I regret not having a slide in between to really highlight um, how long it took to build something like this, because I understand that seeing a movement this huge and really blocking a highway for several weeks, attracting tens of thousands of people, understandably leads to many questions about how that came to be. But perhaps it might be better for me to answer those in the discussion, because there's really, it's the subject of my entire thesis, all of these questions around the motivation to protest and the importance of the attachment to the land. Of course, as we now know, even though it was partially successful and it led to the cancellation of the Yadar project in January 2022, only 2.5 years later, in July last year, in a very fast succession of events, the government was able not only to cancel the cancellation of the project, but also within a mere week to firstly have the Constitutional Court issue a decision that the initial cancellation was unconstitutional. Then only 5 days later to issue a statement which reinstated the project. And unbelievably, 2 days after that, having an entire delegation from the EU arriving to Belgrade to sign a memorandum of understanding, which essentially establishes the EU's official support for the project. Apart from signing the memorandum of understanding, a so-called letter of intent was also signed for the development of the value of e-mobility chains, as they call them. And this letter was signed, of course, not only by the Serbian and the EU representatives, but also by the CEOs of Mercedes-Benz, Rio Tinto, and also Inobat, a battery company, among many others. And I believe that this shows a very clear convergence of the international, national, as well as capital interests when it comes to something like lithium mining. Okay, I will now go just through some of the analytics on which I'm basing my work. I'll try to go through this quickly, but I think it's really important to highlight this concept of green extractivism. As Vosko Bojnik and Andreucci highlight, green extractivism is indeed the fantasy of an environmentally and climatically benign resource frontier, of an ultimate technological and ecological fix capable of fueling local and national development while saving global capital from its own ecological contradictions. I think that especially this past sentence really illustrates the point that I was making at the previous slide about the Memorandum of Understanding. One thing I really want to highlight, we were also talking about onshoring and nearshoring. I think what is crucial is to really take seriously the impact that these shifting geographies are having. And Alberto Acosta, a thinker from Latin America, is writing about degrowth in the north and post-extractivism in the south. Here I really want to stress the importance of thinking about post-extractivism as a very established framework, as a very established alternative that emerges from Latin America in particular, and from many indigenous and peasant communities in close conversations with environmental justice and post-developmentalism. And here I'm basically asking, what would these alternatives, or what would post-extractivism look like from the Balkans or post-Yugoslavia, where we have many of these posts, and where indeed it is a geography that occupies a somewhat liminal space between Europe and the rest of the world. I'm really focusing on the specifics of Serbia as complicating the global north, global south binary. Here I'm just using some of the non-surprising but indeed illustrative articles from the Western media. Bloomberg ran a story in 2019 saying that there may be a fortune buried in a forgotten corner of Europe. And I found it very interesting how forgotten here refers to both the spatial and the temporal terms, how you can be forgotten as a corner geographically, but also forgotten temporarily as somewhere at the outskirts, always forced to catch up with the West. And another title, Serbian farmers sitting on a fortune in rare lithium deposits. I think this very much reproduces many of the narratives that are so well known that continuously present the local communities as uneducated or misinformed, unaware of the riches on which they're sitting. What I really think about in my work is the emancipatory potential of refusal, because we're talking about refusal as something that is often negative and as something that never provides any alternatives. But I think that there are many different ways to think about refusal more productively. And so Sides writes that the contemporary political situation is not only one of systemic or institutional crisis, but marked by a lack of imaginative force. With the ideological consolidation of neoliberal capitalist hegemony, it has become increasingly difficult to envisage, let alone enact, emancipatory political alternatives to the status quo. And they continue to refuse the given order is part and parcel of imaginative political agency. So in other words, the very act of refusal is the first step in opening up the space for imagining the alternatives and later for enacting them. Olga, can I just ask you how much time I have left? Because I don't see the chat. Apologies.
Two or 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So here I just want to go for one empirical example, which really resonated with what Mariana was saying. I was smiling as I was listening to her. This is an empirical example from my fieldwork, from the time spent with the local communities. But importantly, this is not in the Jadar Valley, where the biggest lithium mine is, where the biggest project is located, but it is in Rekovac, which is another municipality in central Serbia, several hundred kilometers away, which was, however, able to create these links with the Jadar community and to share knowledge about the potential impact of lithium mining. And as Rekovac also found itself targeted by exploration companies, which are much smaller, but trying to drill exploration drills, because they were able to share the knowledge with the Jadar community, they knew from the beginning that they must indeed prevent any exploration drills from happening. And at this picture is a tractor which was blocking an access to the plot of land for almost 6 months, where the drill was supposed to be drilled. And very similar to what Mariana was saying, the local community actually organized themselves physically, taking 12-hour shifts, taking turns to make sure that no possibility of an exploration drill is going to take place. And in one of my interviews, they were highlighting that what they're doing is that they're refusing to gamble with their future, because indeed the exploration companies would highlight that it is merely a scientific endeavor trying to establish the presence of lithium in the soil. And it does not necessarily lead to any mine being opened, but it is this act of refusal in which they're saying that they simply do not want any possibility of a mine being opened in their municipality. And they were successful. The company only managed to drill one single drill, which was during the COVID times, and every single drill since then has been prevented. And by comparison, there's more than 500 exploration drills in the Jadar Valley. So I think it really illustrates the power of sharing knowledge between the communities and also the emancipatory power of refusal. So to move on, refusing lithium mining, I suggest that the lithium extractivist frontier in Serbia, similarly to many other frontiers across the world, becomes a key site of contestation of what a sustainable future holds and presents, a fundamental challenge to the hegemonic view on sustainability and green transition that is based on mining and extractivism. And I ask, what would it mean to understand the politics of refusal, not as a passive negation, but as an active formation and affirmation? And I am moving on with a potential analytical lens with a question mark, which I refer to as post-green extractivism, because the post-extractivism as a thought or as an idea is so well established. I wonder what would these alternatives to develop look like. So what alternative green futures emerge in the wake of the cancellation of the lithium mining project in Serbia, or in the wake of other forms of refusal. Just to conclude, here I have some pictures, again, very resembling Mariana's with the local beekeepers. This is the illustration of the Jadar Valley as a very green area where the locals really highlight, as I mentioned, the emotional dimension of their struggle. And finally, I also felt the need to include an example of a protest, which is part of the student led movement from December last year. This was considered at the time to be one of the biggest protests in Serbian history, but since then that record has been broken again and again. And I think it really goes to show that many of these movements remain interconnected, not only across geographies, but also across the themes, especially as Olga highlighted at the very beginning. The refusal of lithium mining has very much to do with the refusal of the entire system of corruption and oppression, which is exactly what the student movement continues to do now. So to conclude, I just want to leave you with some questions, perhaps for the discussion. How to resist different forms of extractivism as it expands across geographies, and what is the potential of refusal when we understand it in emancipatory terms, and what alternatives emerge out of the growing protest movements. And here I really highlight movements as plural and as always evolving and expanding across so many different geographies. I will stop now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nila, for giving us now a fuller picture of this very diverse movement. It is indeed, I mean, it includes, I mean, ideologies that are also very leftist oriented, and it, I would agree that it holds a great emancipatory potential indeed. So let's move on with our final speaker in this panel, Veronica Zuccarelli. Veronica Zuccarelli Freire from the Max Planck Institute of Geoanthropology.
Thank you very much for organizing this and bringing us into dialogue. I'm going to take you a bit far south. I will try to share the screen if you give me a second. No, it's not this. Hold on. I'm terrible with Zoom, I'm sorry. Let me see. This is this. No, again, are you seeing correctly?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so first of all, I want to introduce myself so that you know from where I'm talking. I'm not a specialist in mining, but I'm an archaeologist from Argentina. So what I will share with you about the situation with lithium mining in my country comes from the standpoint of the territories where I work and live for years, and from a science that deals with the complex long-term relationships between human societies and landscapes and the enduring marks of colonialism and its modern form, neo-extractivism. I will address the violation of rights pertaining to water, the environment, participation and self-determination of local communities, specifically focusing on the case of Argentina. And I must confess, I'm quite jealous about the Serbian massive demonstrations because it's clear that the whole population is engaged with this. And in our case, it's a bit more complicated, a bit more isolated because we have so many neo-extractivist projects to fight against that we don't find sometimes the time. So, is it changing or did it change the screen? Because
No, it's not changing.
there.
Now it's changing.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So what you see in this picture seems like an empty white desert where this lonely banner stands. That banner was placed by the numerous indigenous communities living in this place, however, and who for the past 10 years have been demanding free and informed consent over the projects that are looking to be established there. As we may see further in this talk, here people harvest salt, breed llamas, cultivate Andean drought and altitude-resistant crops, and enhance water engineering. However, these places are treated as empty, possibly unproductive sacrifice land, because in deserts there is no life for people. In this article published in Nature last year, perhaps with the best intentions to enhance the case of mining in the populated Yadar area project, these places are again defined in such a view. In the title slide you saw this, the emission map. Paradoxically, the least emission producers are also now paying the greatest price over energy transition, both because of the consequences of climate change and lack of mitigation policies, and as providers of raw materials. I seek to contest the view of the Lithium Triangle region as a sacrifice land. Environmental justice should be for all. So I would like to share with you the faces, the mountains, the ancestors, the living beings that inhabit the Andes here. The massive projects are being settled here. We all know how the demand of critical minerals will increase as we all acknowledge the need to tackle the consequences of climatic degradation created by carbon emissions. In Argentina, lithium is found in pegmatites, not only in salt flats. We, unfortunately, are a bit cursed with the abundance of resources. And I say curse because this abundance is framed within environmental injustice sustained by international and national interests. Currently, there are 8 active expanding lithium ores, but the total of 46 ores are in the process of being developed. I marked in the map 2 projects led by a corporation very well known in Serbia, that's Rio Tinto. They are currently buying other companies and expanding their investments. These projects are potentially being expanded to the east, where you see Salinas Grandes. That was the first banner I showed you in the first slide. One of the most important natural attractions in Argentina. The green areas are also national biodiversity areas protected by laws that also protect leisure areas and biodiversity areas, which, as you can see, don't seem to pose any problems for these projects to be authorized by the Argentinian government. Although salt flats might seem flat and dry, actually they are part of the endorheic basins that pose an unique environment that entangles wetlands, underground waters, precipitation balance, and biodiversity hotspots. When the evaporation process is being done, tons of water is used. A process of hydric collapse occurs and salt water gets mixed with fresh water underground. So as you can see, 1 ton of lithium needs 2 million liters of water. So lithium mining is, as many of the mining endeavors, mining of water. Within the lithium triangle of Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, the situation is quite different. Each of the 3 countries in the lithium triangle are different approaches. One model designates lithium as a critical national resource, leading to strong state control over its extraction and exploitation. Chile and Bolivia, in some cases, retain around 40% of the lithium value, while Argentina, as you can see, takes a very different path, with private companies holding most of the control, leaving the Argentinian state with around 3% of production. In Bolivia, their model has predominantly involved almost total control of the state, with intention to export industrialized final products like batteries, rather than raw materials. Before 2019, of course, because as you may know, there was a coup in Bolivia. There were plans for industrial complexes with German and Chinese alliances, which were disrupted by this political occurrence. Chile, known for its robust mining industry, although this is not without major environmental challenges, of course, have declared lithium as a national resource, subjecting it to taxes tied to international prices, with some taxes distributed towards research, local communities, and local mineral industrialization, as indicated in the slide. Of course, there are going to be a Chilean speaker later. Probably he can elaborate more in this because this is changing. So in the last 2 years, it's all been changing quite quickly. In contrast, in Argentina's approach, despite acknowledging the significance of lithium and initiating battery production, allows 100% foreign concessions for raw materials. Consequently, there are no regulations for national access to the mineral extracted for the country. Lithium is then purified abroad, meaning that a national company will have to purchase lithium carbonate from a foreign entity, such as the American company. I work in Argentina in an institution where they are developing batteries, and they had to actually buy the lithium to Canada or some other countries, and we are literally 200 kilometers away from lithium ores. Additionally, there is a 3% tax on the declared mine price based on the price declared by the company itself. These companies receive various tax reductions, fiscal stability for 30 years. They even pay less money for fuel. The Argentinian government endows them better prices for fuel than an Argentinian citizen, for example. And in the last year, the new government that calls himself a narco-capitalist, which is not a joke, is actually the definition they use. They are even over the 3%, they are also giving even more advantages. For the first 2 years, a lithium company establishes in the country, they kind of don't pay much taxes because they would invest. So they are taking away even more taxes. So the socio-environmental impacts extend beyond the immediate locations, as they alter the fundamental resource of water across the entire region. This affects wildlife and local ways of life, which rely on activities like agriculture or unique crops, llama herding and traditional sard harvesting. Local communities also experience social distress due to changes in land tenure and access to resources brought about by mega mining projects. Moreover, for example, the extreme conditions in the salt flats are significant in understanding the origin of life on Earth and exploring potential bioengineering solutions to address global warming. For example, as you can see there, the first organism, stromatolites, believed to have contributed to increasing oxygen levels in the early Earth atmospheres through photosynthesis, are there in these very extreme environments. Currently, there are researchers in Argentina who are creating emission reduction projects using these stromatolites. But if these stromatolites are going to be destroyed, we won't have this biodiversity available for us. So, for instance, just to give you, as I say, I'm an archaeologist, my scientific journey as an archaeologist of agriculture in Cusi, Jujuy, allowed me to conduct surveys on an extraordinary agricultural system situated at an elevation limit of 4,000 meters above sea level. The high ancient terraces were abandoned during the Spanish invasion, but the lower fluvial areas are lower is 300, is very high. When I say lower, is 3,800 meters, right? But the lower fluvial areas continue to be used by local communities until now for cultivating quinoa, among other crops. Notably, the wetlands or vegas in the region are a combination of natural and artificial elements. Throughout the centuries, communities have actively enhanced and expanded these wetlands with irrigation techniques, creating essential water reservoirs and providing grazing areas for the llamas. As you see here in our participative mapping, a young member of the community is telling us how wetlands are expanded. So when we say that population density is low, how significant is that number when we know that these communities have such positive impact in water conservation and biodiversity? Why are they less important than a more populated area? So, as you can see, this is quite complex. In general terms, this ethics of life that is sustained in the Andes is called mutual nurturing. This is an holistic perspective that portrays a dialogue where these new mining projects are now implicating in several ways. So for example, in the Andes, water is nurtured because water is also nurturing us. So it's a holistic way of seeing water, and all the places where, for example, lagoons, where lithium mining companies sometimes are working, are sacred places. So this is an important thing to take into account. Members of the indigenous communities Orcos Runas, where I work, are very committed to show us how they still practice ancient techniques to produce maize, legumes, quinoa, and potatoes at almost the 4,000 meters above sea level, such as Clemente Flores here, for example, who makes his own archaeology of landscape by rebuilding ancient terraces. Or for example, Sarah, who produces amazing textiles from her own llamas using natural dyes, and Dorothea, who grows Andean potatoes in her courtyard and even maize. So, basically, going back to the concrete environmental impacts of mining in northwestern Argentina, several companies operating in this region have faced multiple complaints from indigenous and other local communities regarding abusive work conditions, water contamination, and lack of safety measures. Notably, Livent, currently allied with BMW, was officially reported for tax evasion by exporting raw materials to subsidiaries of the same company abroad at significantly lower prices. Although the company was fined, it continued its mining operations without facing any major consequences. This means that on the top of having only 3% of taxes, on the top of having subsidies over the use of water and fuel, they even export lithium at lower prices to subsidiaries to pay less taxes. This is evidence. They were fined by the Argentinian government, at least in that case. So in June 2003, which is one of the worst things that happened lately in Jujuy, is this province where Cusi, this site where I was working, I was speaking about, is in this province. In June 2023, the federal government changed the constitution. In Argentina, we have a federal system, so they can change the provincial constitutions, and community claimed that there was no prior and informed consultation. The constitution was approved hastily, potentially affecting land tenure and threatening ancestral indigenous land, which often lacks formal property titles. Most appallingly, there is a prohibition to the right of demonstrate, a direct violation of the national constitution and of basic democratic rights. Since June, people have been arrested and persecuted, including scientists who support the communities. Many of my colleagues living there have been arrested publicly and privately. So this is no joke. The Inter-American Commission of Human Rights demanded the cease of excess use of force. So while Argentina is acquiring bigger and bigger public debts under neoliberal governments, the IMF and the US are willing to help while they consistently mention our rich resources. So Argentina now is the biggest debt owner in the world for the IMF. So as you may imagine, this makes us be in a very vulnerable position, because if Argentina goes into a default, which will be the guarantee? What can you imagine? Because they are constantly addressing these issues, right? So finally, as a conclusion, the best words won't come from me. It will come from someone else.
Estamos en el cruce de Purmamarca con la actividad que están llevando adelante los pueblos indígenas de las diferentes regiones de la Puna, la Quebrada y de las Salinas. Nos encontramos ante una reforma que se ha realizado por parte del gobernador Gerardo Morales sin la consulta de nuestros pueblos, y esto pone en riesgo. Tras los pueblos indígenas no seamos consultados ni seamos respetados como pueblos naciones ancestrales, para nosotros es totalmente ilegítimo eso, y así lo sentimos y así lo vamos a defender. En este momento nos informan que está viniendo la infantería a reprimirnos aquí. Y sepan que todo cambia, y nosotros estamos muy convencidos de que se vienen buenos tiempos para los indígenas y también buenos tiempos para toda la humanidad. Se vienen tiempos de mucho amor, mucha comprensión, mucho diálogo, y como humanidad tenemos que participar en esa construcción espiritual con todo nuestro cariño, recordando a los niños, a los ancianos, a los animales, a las plantas, a todos los que nos da vida. Así que vaya un abrazo a todos los hermanos que escuchan este mensaje, que sea todo positivo para adelante. Se puede vivir en paz, se puede vivir respetándonos, y podemos sobre todo respetando a nuestra madre tierra, a la abuela agua, al abuelo Guaira y a todo lo que nos da vida. Jayaya, que sea en buena hora. que el pueblo siempre será soberano, siempre podemos entre todos. Arriba las mujeres, ¡allá las mujeres! ¡Allá las abuelas! ¡Allá las niñas! ¡Allá el pueblo jujeño! ¡Allá los maestros! ¡Allá todos los que estamos de pie defendiendo a nuestro Jujuy, a nuestro norte, a nuestra Argentina! ¡Allá!
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Veronica. You've pointed out well how ethical issues are indeed part of this problematic of ecological injustice, but thank you also for pointing out the economic aspects because, well, in Serbia, Serbian model is also similar to the Argentinian as opposed to the Bolivian Chile in terms of cost benefit. So we are also benefiting mainly, the plan is for us to benefit mainly from this 5% tax, mining tax, which is, I mean, it is also an important matter to discuss when we are talking about justice or injustice of these projects. Okay, now I will open the floor for discussion. I will ask you just to be relatively brief in your comments and questions in order to have more dynamic discussion. 3 minutes will be some acceptable, let's say, a length of of comments, and I will warn you if you start if it goes more, if it starts becoming too lengthy, so that we can have more people having the opportunity to say something and get involved in the discussion. Okay, you can use the option, the raise hand option, if you can see it. That would be the best way to notify us that you wish to speak. But also, if you can't see this option, you can write in the chat, and I will keep track of it. Okay, so who would like to start? Let me just see how much time we actually have for the discussion. 35 minutes. Let's give it some time. Okay, Lucas.
1 second. I just, for some reason, I can't start my camera. Sorry about that. I'm a journalist working on a film right now which deals with the question of mining in Europe. And I was just in general interested in the view of the panel on the role of media in the whole thing, because I guess, like, as I know, for example, like in the Chada Valley situation, we're going there on the weekend. And I heard from different groups I've been contacting that media is not always regarded as an ally of the locals, rather like being some force which is disrupting too a little bit. So it's not a real question, but maybe just like pointing to the role of media would be interesting for me.
Thank you. Would someone like to respond to this? Or maybe we could gather. Okay, sorry. Did someone want to respond?
I can reply, but we can also gather more questions. I see that someone has raised their hands.
Okay, Polycol is having a question.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eva Markovic. I'm sorry, Polycol is organization because we're all listening in the office. And thank you very much for organizing this event. We want to share the concerns Nina pointed out. We're
kind of surprised that someone from Serbia has a overview which is, I will cautiously say, that simplified on the movement, because movement is truly, truly complex, and it didn't occur overnight. Especially didn't occur or gain power through right-wing propaganda. It's the right-wing elements where they exist, and of course they exist within the movement, are the product of decades of long right-wing propaganda coming straight from the head of state and straight from all the media, and there is no doubt that it will have effect on any massive movement, including current student movements or any movement that appears. However, this movement is surprisingly, I would say, as progressive as we can get in current state of dominant ideology in Serbia. There are many fractions with different opinions on various things, including also foreign policy and foreign politics. So I would just like to ask Marko Žilović if there is any where the sources for your research. I guess there was a research, and if you can tell us the quotes that are there in your presentation, where they're coming from. Just a methodological question. One thing, we as activists also, we are so we are kind of like critical, yes. So we just want to tell. Just a little remark on Nina's presentation, because at one point there was and it's very well established idea that Rio Tinto discovered the ore. It was actually discovered by the Public Institute long time ago, before State Institute, before Rio Tinto even came to place and participate in all of this. They bought off rights for exploration, etc. But it was it's not their, it sounds, it's a part of their propaganda actually, to say that they discovered it, therefore it's there, like it was unknown before. And second thing is, I really loved Mariana Riquito's presentation. I even think I quoted somewhere Mariana Riquito in some of my works for my master thesis long time ago. And it was a really, I think this idea of the narrow down environmental struggles to decarbonization is something of I would say not just a current, but also huge question for the future, how we as environmentalists and as people who are truly concerned about climate change and the state of the environment, also locally, and the discrepancy between understanding decarbonization and continuing business as usual, and understanding that business as usual is no longer viable, and it's having serious consequences. But related to that, the decarbonization already had previously, just to add maybe on Marco's presentation, decarbonization had a previous story that was about small hydropower plants, that was also one very much failed project about energy transition. And we're always speaking about energy transition and not energy transformation, which is also interesting, because we already here in the region, we have experience with one transition. That was transition from socialism to capitalism. And then we now talk about, I'm just now nudging academic society to get their hands on new topics. And one of them is this idea of energy transition, not transformation. And another is dispossession by decarbonization, which actually already happened with small hydropower plants. And now it's a threat is, of course, with lithium mine, but we already have other mines. And the movement that is now against lithium also was there and is continuing to fight against Chinese investments in mining as well. There is a Canadian company coming. So the clear division of nationalist slash right-wing slash anti-Western and something that should be pro-Western, liberal public or part of the movement. It's not so simple. And I'm sorry I don't have more time, but you know where I am. I mean the organizers and probably most of the audience, so we can speak more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I also want to, I have a question for Mariana regarding what I mentioned earlier about the cost benefit. So in the case of Serbia, we have this big discrepancy, I think, between what we are risking, the ecological risks, and the benefits, potential benefits that our country can expect, that we all can expect from this project. Mainly the benefits are going to the private company. And we heard that the case of Argentina is in some way similar, and we heard how Argentinian politicians are justifying the project. But I wondered if in Portugal, how they are trying to justify it in Portugal, and yes, if there are some similarities in this respect as well. Okay, so who would like to start with?
Maybe I can just briefly come back. So I just would like to clarify that my presentation was not meant to be a sort of comprehensive overview of the whole case and all the various activist streams. But I think, and I'm happy that from some of the comments and questions, people have sort of acknowledged that this nationalist driving forces have been part of the broader movement. And my focus was precisely, I think there was an interesting, there are interesting aspects to be unpacked, the interaction between these various ideological motivations, backgrounds, and so on. And I think the important, it wasn't sort of the accidental or unimportant aspect of the campaign was this strategy of drawing on this sort of ideational resources of the local community, which is rooted in this sort of history of the way that the region fits into the First World War. After all, as I tried to point out in the campaign, in the presentation, the very name of the campaign was a play on a First World War song, yeah, so I think it's interesting. We cannot sort of ignore those aspects. I don't think it's necessarily the case that every kind of drawing on the national identity and is the way it was constructed historically is necessarily playing into the right-wing nationalist hands. But I think it's allowing them also to be part of this movement and to try to steer the movement in a different direction. I think that's the kind of interplay that we're seeing in this case that we're not necessarily used to seeing or haven't necessarily been studied extensively in some of the other cases, as I said, in the places outside of Europe or outside of Serbia. And as for my sources, I mean, I skipped the methodological part in the interest of time. So I don't want to go through each and every quote, but some of them are from published interviews, and some of them from the newspapers, and some of them are from my own interviews. And I think one, I did the field work in the region before sort of this became a major issue of major controversy, a major source of mobilization. And I think one thing that sort of I would like to correct the other presenters who were speaking about the other was that the local community is very much not homogeneous and hasn't had a unified response to the arrival of the mine, to the project. And I tried also to, in my presentation to highlight how a lot of people saw this as an economic opportunity because it is I mean, Serbia as a whole is a poor country, and that this region of the country also is not doing very well economically. So people didn't necessarily have that such a categorically negative reaction to the mine. I think it's interesting to study also how these various ideological streams and activists sort of construed the discourse about the mine in the local community as well. So when I was doing the fieldwork there in 2020 to 2021, the major concern was about so there was this implicit or explicit threat that if people don't sell their properties, the state might adopt a law that will expropriate them. But they were also not really keen to sell for the. They were basically the people were holding for hoping to get a better price, as a price as good as they can get. So that was the major issue was can we get more money for the property rather than the opposition to the mine, which I think partially comes from the way that the government and the company were introducing the project, sort of obscuring some of the important elements and the ecological risk and so on. But I think it's far from the case even now that the local community is homogeneously opposed to the mine. And I think that's an important aspect that is sometimes getting omitted from the discussion of the case.
Thank you. Who would like to respond next?
If you want, Olga, I can reply to my questions, but also if Nina and the others from Polycol want to engage now with Marco, both is fine for me. Or I
can go ahead, Mariana.
Yeah, I'll just reply to first Luca's question and then yours. Then maybe just add some quick comments. But Lucas first asked about the role of the media in general, and I'll give an answer from Barroso. I mean, the standing point is Barroso. I think for the past 8 years, the case of Barroso has received wide media attention and coverage across Europe and worldwide. I do think that the Yadar case is probably the same in the sense that both cases are highly mediatized. But what we see, what we've experienced in Barroso is that they're over mediatized and over researched. And I use this word because what I think is that whereas at the beginning, of course, media played a big role in documenting and bringing awareness and sensibilizing the public opinion, but also actually the regional opinion on this matter. What I think is happening right now in Barroso and is that there is an exhaustion that is created by this constant coming of journalists, academics, artists, which I think we all have to critically reflect on why this happens. And I think this also contributes to the burden of extractivism, even before any physical or material extraction happens. And so recently in Barroso, we have been trying to have a more cautious approach in the sense that, of course, yes, all journalists are welcome, and they have always been highly sympathetic to what is going on. But at the same time, they almost all say the same thing because they come just for a couple hours, they speak to some people, and then they leave. And so I've been trying to emphasize the importance of a more reciprocal or longer term, although in the case of media actors, that's often hard, but a more reciprocal and longer term collaboration. And so to reply to your question, Lucas, I do think that, of course, media plays a big role and an important role in bringing awareness, getting public attention, and even shaping the public opinion. That is very, very clear in the case of Portugal, where big media, like big TV shows, have played a big role in shaping the public opinion, because often it has been framed as a favorable to the movement. But at the same time, I think journalists have to be wary of the over mediatization and constant burden that is also put on communities to reply constantly to journalists, etc. And then Olga, you asked about how are they justifying this project in Portugal? So both the government and the company, I suspect. And actually, I think the main argument that has been put forward for the past 6-7 years has been the one of the energy transition, but it has taken different shapes. So first it was, okay, we need to decarbonize because we need to save the environment, or we need to save the climate. Then, and they invented this term of green mining, or they didn't invent, but I mean, they were calling this project green mining. Portugal at the time in 2021 was having the presidency of the European Council, and they had a conference where local communities were excluded, but the CEOs of battery companies as well as mining projects were invited to discuss with the ministries and secretaries of state of energy. So again, as Nina pointed out in the Serbian case, here it was very clear the conglomeration between capital actors, political actors. But this conference was called Green Mining. So this was the first, let's say, skin that was given to the justification. The movement was very quick to respond, and the main motto is "Green is Barroso." So really to debunk this idea that decarbonization needs to rely on more extractivism. On the other hand, decarbonization must rely on protecting these forests, these rivers, these mountains. And so now a big argument is the energy sovereignty and European, again, onshoring, nearshoring, which is about having energy sovereignty across the European continent, which also very easily is debunked, because we know that even if we do onshore a lot of the predicted demand, these technologies also rely on other minerals and metals which will be mined elsewhere. So actually, Europe could never become fully sufficient in terms of resource extraction, precisely because the demands projected correspond to absurd levels that only reply to the automobile industry's needs and constant and infinite growth, as Nina explained with the graphs. And so it has always been the argument of the urgent need for decarbonization. And this is something that I really thank the colleague from Polycol that pointed out to that, because I think this is really the narrative that we have to challenge. And I do think that land defenders and land movements, such as the ones that we're talking about today, are challenging this narrative. But I really need to push academics and other actors to keep on challenging this idea that we need more lithium, because the only reason we need more lithium is that we are saying that we will substitute all the cars with electric cars, and we will continue the same. We will even accelerate the production and consumption patterns that have created the climate and ecological crisis in the first hand. And so, precisely as the colleague was saying, this is not an energy transformation, and not even an energy transition. A lot of people have been calling this an energy addition, precisely because we're just adding more energy to the energy mix. And this is what we're saying. And I think Nina also showed a graph about this, about the constant rise in energy consumption and production. So we're not witnessing an energy transition. And even if we were to be witnessing an energy transition, actually what we see is that these technologies and infrastructures that are being built are relying on extractivism, are relying on a supply chain that uses fossil fuels from all over. The logistical chains, if we follow them, are reliant on fossil fuels. So really, we are not witnessing a transformation nor a transition. And again, I agree with what the colleague was saying, that this narrowing down of this carbon tunnel vision, this carbon reductionist vision that measures everything with climate emissions and reduces everything to a sole matter of tackling the carbon emissions, needs to be debunked. This is the kind of narrative that we really need to start debunking. And I do believe that there are wider movements now debunking these narratives, these myths. And I do think that the land defenders in Serbia, in Argentina, in Portugal, also show this, and also show the possibilities of other transformations that are not just about changing a source of energy, but are much profound and much more complex, much more holistic than just that. So,
thank you,
yeah.
thank you. I think I need to. We need to move on to the next speaker. The next comment, Nina.
Yes, I'm happy to go ahead. And I want to say thank you, Mariana, for saying all of this. I will not repeat anything, just to say I completely agree with everything that has been said about the Green Edition and the infinite economic growth and continuous extractivism. So to tackle the questions chronologically, starting with Lucas' questions about the role of media, I think Mariana also tackled it really well. I think in the case of Serbia, one thing to really be highlighted was the situation with the so-called documentary film, which was filmed by a film crew from a Belgian university professor. But I also see that Aleksandar Matkovic is here at the call, and he knows much more about that. So perhaps if there is more time, he might want to add something. And I will move on for the sake of time, but just to highlight that indeed, I think that's also what Mariana was pointing out, is that it is really important to critically interrogate the role not only of journalists, but also of researchers and activists in really questioning how, yeah, I really like the point about some of that also being extractivist in itself, just simply coming to the communities and conducting interviews in a way, of course, is a form of knowledge extractivism and a form of simply, I'd say, a great burden that is being placed on the communities just by the act of researching. Eva, thank you very much for pointing out the point on discovering the Jadarite. I should definitely put from now on discovering, quote unquote. You are completely right that there's been a lot of knowledge, especially even going back to the Yugoslav times, about the richness of the area. And Serbian professor Jelena Obradovic did a lot of work in this area specifically in terms of discovery. And I couldn't agree more with your point about it also being a form of really, you could say, knowledge colonialism, or as you put it, a part of their propaganda that they discovered it. And one thing I also wanted to share is that to me is quite symptomatic is that the holotype, which is the very first part of the mineral that was quote unquote discovered, is located in London, of course, nowhere else but in the Natural History Museum of London as the location of this mineral that, of course, comes from this area. And the company states on its website that it has very generously donated a part of co-type, so it's not the first one but the second type, to the Belgrade Museum as well. So it is through this donation and really corporate philanthropy that we get to have our own minerals in these museums. And I think it also says something about what I was trying to make a point about refusing knowledge production in Rekovac. I think these many of these discourses around discovery and exploration really point to some of these issues of knowledge production and how it's being done and how it's being co-opted by the mining companies. And then perhaps just to add a little bit more to the discussion on Marco's points, I think one thing that I really wanted to highlight that for me perhaps might be the biggest issue is that I really don't see it as being the campaign. And I saw you referring to it a few times as this sort of a coherent, or at least, it to me, it sounds like this idea that there is a certain campaign, and you used phrases like putting the villagers in front of the camera as this sort of deliberate act of organization. Or at some point you also talked about the decision to distance themselves from some of the far-right figures. And I think the main point I want to make is that I really don't see it as an organized campaign. I would not in any way suggest that it's something organized from the top, but it's a very much a grassroots organization of very, very different collectives, many of which have often conflicts between themselves, which I think only proves how grassroots and organic that movement is. And I think that might be really the most important point to me to highlight. Yeah, I was a bit concerned about what I would see as cherry picking, even though you highlighted that you are focusing indeed on the national right-wing forces within the movement. I would be worried about cherry picking some of the quotes or cherry picking indeed things like the name of the campaign. I really can't see that as relevant, to be honest, especially because Marsadrine, if anything, is one of the more progressive, or at least proclaims to be a fairly openly left-wing part of the movement. So those would be some of my concerns. I think I also wanted to add something because it's a narrative that I see quite a lot, and I think it also actually resonates with some of the things you were saying. And it is this narrative that really is being pushed, I would say, in the West, and that is that it's actually Russia who's spreading some of the disinformation and misinformation. And it was even the U.S. embassy and the U.S. ambassador who was stating these things, like having U.S. intelligence proving that that Russia is involved in the misinformation campaign, which is intended to prevent the Yara project from opening. And somehow I really see this as symptomatic in terms of saying things that are almost impossible to disprove, because of course I can imagine that there is a case of something like obscure Twitter accounts being funded, but I think it's really important to see the bigger picture. And the widest picture that I have seen over the years of my research is really an astonishing coalition of a very wide actors, which is also something that is continuously being highlighted at the protests, with people saying things like from left to right, from Chetniks to partisans, and across different religions as well. And I think, if anything, that has really been the strongest part of the movement. And if Olga will allow me just one final sentence, I apologize. Only related
just
to
1 minute, please.
1 minute, thank you, sorry. Only because Marco stated it very openly, and I wanted to react about the issue of some of the houses being sold. And it is, of course, the case that some of the houses have indeed been sold. And I want to highlight that indeed, just, sorry, did I cut for a second?
Yes.
Sorry. I just wanted to say that just as the movement is not homogeneous, of course, so is not the local community, and some of the houses indeed have been sold. But I think for that, what is really important is a long-term engagement with the local communities, and also seeing how many of the narratives have developed and changed over the years. And it is especially also thanks to other organizations such as Polakol, or the work of Alexander, who also did a lot of work in bringing different communities together and creating these networks of solidarity, which I think really shows the movement as very dynamic and changing. Okay, thank you, Olga.
Okay, I see that Alexander raised his hand. So that we have time for just this one question, and that's it. Then we're making a break and continuing with the second panel. Alexander?
Okay, thank you very much. I will try to be short. Basically, just 2 points. One on the media, because I was mentioned in the context of this documentary. I just wanted to highlight that the length of time which took Peter Tom Jones, the director, to shoot the documentary in Serbia was 3 days. I mean, this tells you a lot about, to what extent what Nina called knowledge colonialism exists, in the sense, that we often have researchers and especially those who are, or politicians, or how do you say, media people, sometimes who are against the movement, coming in and basically spending 2 days trying to frame us, in some ways. And I think that's just like, that needs to be spelled out as a problem, because what's happening in Belarus and what's happening in Serbia, I see that it cannot be put singly into one small bracket, like calling us Russian agents and whatnot. And there was a lot of, articles on Wall Street Journal and whatnot, labeling us, and that's actually preventing a true scientific discussion. And also what I wanted to state is that currently I'm finishing an article with a colleague of mine on the attacks on Serbian scientists in the context of the other project. And it's very interesting. In the interviews we conducted, most of the scientists told us that they are facing an exhaustion because of these campaigns. So I think that this definitely needs to be a topic, and I'll end there. And the other question, the other comment I had, basically, when we're often discussing the economic aspects, just a brief comment on that. Usually, we're framing it as, Serbia will get rich if it has the mines, Serbia is a poor country, etc. But what's actually happening is that there is no equation between foreign direct investment and the richness of a country, in the sense that the money that goes in will not necessarily be the money that you and I get. It will be the money that the local funds for development get, which are often controlled by the government, which in turn is who controls the money, and who will probably benefit from it. So when we will talk about the mining grant of 5%, or when we talk about, a project of mining project like helping a country, there's no direct equation between the benefits and the investments, and that's also corporate PR. So that's why we need social criticism to realize that it's corporate PR and it's not that simple. So just two brief comments from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have 1 more minute if Veronica would like to maybe say something. Or a few more minutes.
Well, no, thank you. It's very interesting to see what the perception we have from the global south is totally different. So it's very interesting to see how it's developing in Serbia. And as I said, it's very interesting to see the massive adherence of the population to this, which for me is very enlightening and encouraging, because in our case, it's a very big country with we had 200% inflation a year ago. So the economic situation is very fragile. And of course, the narrative now is that mining will save us, will save our economy. And as just Alexander has said, the money never gets where it has to go, because of course there are things in between. In our case, it's gonna go to the IMF because we need to pay debt. So basically, we are giving away our resources to address this. So, well, I think this is creating a problem where we all collectively have to see how to sort it out. That there is no such a thing as sacrifice land. I mean, we have to try not to make a sacrifice land for anyone. And also it's very important, the transition, this capitalist transition, if you're gonna replace one fuel for one other regenerative fuel, is the same problem. So yeah, I think we are in a conundrum, but luckily, because the problem is now expanding everywhere, we might get a solution at some point when people wake up, when we all go to the streets, which is what's happening now in Serbia also. So congratulations for that.
Thank you. It does seem like that might be starting to happen finally. Now Zoran will take over the moderator role, and I will help with the PowerPoint presentations, because some of you wrote to me about some potential problems with the PowerPoint presentations, so we will figure it out.
Yes. I was just in touch with our colleague who is in charge of technical support. So, Christian, I understand that you can also share screen. If it's possible.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do so. And then we'll, if not, we will have to do next one. Please, next one, please.
No, just give me one.
So we'll see.
A little second.
We miss there.
Sending.
And
let me see. Yeah, here it is.
Let's give 1 or 2 more minutes to gather all. Mirko also. Yeah, here he comes. Okay. Ingo was here. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hola,
Hello.
Team.
Great.
Hola, Christian. I think we are all here.
One.
Okay. Fine. Ivana? Great. Thea is here. And Ivana was here with us all the time, but I don't see her now.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thanks. So we're all now. Yeah, let's go back. So it was really, interesting debate. So we were just warming up, and then there was a time for a break. So regretfully, we had to speed up. We have, just to repeat, we have 15 minutes for each panelist. In this second part, we have 5 presentations. So I will try to, let's say, quietly give you a sign in your chat, personal chat, or just raise 5 minutes when you reach 5 minutes, or 1 minute when you reach time to wrap up. But we'll try to be as flexible as possible. So to cut a long story short, let's move on with the second part. And the first one to present is Christian Flores, who is PhD candidate at Humboldt University and did some extensive research also on Latin America. So the floor is yours. Please, Christian.
Thank you, Surek. Hi, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you for the conversation and also for the invitation that I received from Ramon, and he is part of the NGO that is working in Chile and in Latin America long time linked to lithium extraction, and he invites me to present. And I will try now to share my screen. Hold on 1 second. Here it is. Well, this presentation is linked also to my PhD and also with a paper that I recently published about the recent lithium policy in Chile, and was launched in 2023 by the left-wing government of Gabriel Boric. And first of all, I want to introduce you, if you don't know, the reality of Chile. That is the second largest producer of lithium and owns the largest exploitable reserves. That an old resource that is like a metrics that was presented by the is the United States Geological Survey. Then it's recognized as the classic measure to know where the minerals are located. And Chile has the exploitable reserve and not the mine resources that exist in Bolivia, but they cannot exploit it yet. That's why Chile is the largest, has the largest exploitable reserves. And the lithium mining in Chile started in the 80s in the Salar de Atacama, and is still the only place in Chile where you can extract, and with current active extraction sites, and are in hand of SQM. This is a Chilean Chinese company and used to be a public company, but it was privatized during the dictator and was passed for the son-in-law of the Pinochet, and it's still in hand of this Chilean company. And the other is Albemarle, that is an American company. And SQM has the right to extract 1,600 of lithium per second of brine, and Albemarle 442 liters per second of brine. And now, do environmental process, they decrease the quota. But based on that, they extract the brine, evaporate the brine, and they process the brine to extract lithium and produce lithium. And more or less, to produce 1 ton of lithium is a contested number, but you need between 1 or 2 millions of liters of brine. That is saline groundwater. And also, we have 2 projects that had received the environmental qualification to proceed to build and operate the mining sites in the Salar de Maricunga, but to date we don't have any active mining site there. And recently, the government tried to take 2 sectors to move on with a new industrial policy, the green industrial policy, trying to take profit of the green window of opportunity that Chile has within this the green transition economy, and where lithium and green hydrogen. And for example, in this statement of the presentation, when the president present this new lithium policy, they state that Chile has the largest lithium reserve, as we said, in the world, an opportunity for economic growth that is unlikely to be repeated in the short term. And together with green loan is the biggest chance we have to move toward a sustainable and development economy. That represent the view that initially the government tried to put into the table to promote these two sectors. And of course, we have a statement from the OCDE that they warn about the impact that can produce, and we will develop this idea in the presentation. And for present the main and core ideas of this national lithium strategy is the first is to regain Chile's global lithium production lost in 2015 in hands of Australia, then produce lithium from rocks and not from brines. Scaling up lithium production in South Atacama while initiating projects in other salt flats. That is like the expansionist projects of the government, because some other initiatives in the past tried to expand lithium mining to other salt flats, but has not been succeeded to date. And as we mentioned, it capitalized the green window of opportunity, promoting industrialization, investigation and development, productive linkage and value added. This as the core idea to overcome and move beyond destructive logic. This is a sentence that was included in the National Lithium Strategy text. And in Italy, a public company will be on charge of exploitation. But after the fail of the new constitution project, the state changed his original view and tried to explore some public partnership modalities, as we will see. For example, the strategy classified the salt flats in 3 categories: strategic, flexible, and open to application to CO. Then it's like a special contract lithium operation. Then is linked to the legal status of the lithium. Then is reserved to the state. That means that the state can exploit it, or the companies, or through special contracts. That strategic contracts will be exploited to companies such as Codelco, but with a state participation company. For example, here we have the example of SQM. Then Codelco is trying to close an agreement with SQM to expand the lithium operation until 2060. And in Americunga, they try to do the same with other companies. We have the flexible salt flats. Then with the state-owned company will be on charge of the exploitation of these salt flats, but in a flexible modality. And we have the open application to COs, and we have almost to date 5 salt flats that were prioritized, and they try to accelerate the process to sign this contract before the government ends. That means in March of next year, because the elections will be in November of this year. And the focus of this research is the protein called political ecology of mitigation for ease. Then try to illuminate how decarbonization, green structure initiative, and their associated infrastructure, despite their climate mitigation goals, can really lead to 4 kind of process. One is enclosure linked to the appropriation of resources of land, so the exclusion and even decision-making process, encroachment linked to the environment and the potential damage of environment ecosystem of biodiversity, and the treatment then is if they can worsen or produce new inequalities or vulnerabilities. First of all, we need to point out and highlight that the salt flats are much more than lithium. That's an integrated wetlands, salt flat, hydrological, and horticultural ecosystem. That means that the brine that is in the core of the salt flat are interconnected with the other watersheds, for example, specifically wetlands that are classified as protected or Ramsar sites or part of national parks. The first dimension is the enclosure dimension, that we try to show how this lithium brine grabbing is a new layer of disposition. It's a historical process in the north of Chile, because most of the salt flats are located within or near territories of traditional use of region of different indigenous populations, as Aymara, Quechua, and Antioquia people, depends the sector where they are placed. And the land, of course, in this area were classified as historical Esteria nullus and belong to the state of the crown. And based on that, the state has allowed or grant concessions to explore these territories with a limited indigenous land recognition. Just since 1993, the state start to recognize some part of the land as indigenous territory, despite the big occupation and use that they had in the past. The water also was granted to mainly to private companies in interest, and also since the 93, the states start to recognize some part of a specific water to the indigenous people, especially in the north. And mining also has a status of state property, and the state also grant concessions over all the surface of all southlands. We have like a system in National Domain, and you can see all the north of Chile is full of mining concession, despite the ownership of the surface. And lithium is classified not as a water; it's classified as a mineral substance. That's why that the state can also grant concession to extract lithium, despite the watershed is overexploited. That is the case of almost all the southlands in the north of Chile. And that is also a problem between the different view of what the brine is, if it is part of an integrated system, or it's also recognized as water, because the indigenous population recognizes just one water, but the state and all the legislation don't recognize that, and that is a part also, it's a problematic, and then you can see in all the environmental impact assessment and in all the discussion on lithium extraction. And the consequence of all of this is that the project and public-private enclosure advance without recognized and certain indigenous use and occupation. And the state, for example, tried to move to close some kind of agreements with SQM or Rio Tinto or Namet now. And now, just recently, they start to open some kind of indigenous consultation process, but they're really in a fast-track way. Historical exclusion, for example, linked to lithium, tried to be this certain way to fix for the new policy, and they state in the policy that all this development of lithium industry will be done with the participation and involvement of the communities surrounding the mining sites. And they propose to open previous indigenous consultation with the representative authorities of the potential affected indigenous people. But it's a legacy of distrust between the state, the companies, and the indigenous communities. So until now, in Atacama, not recently, the companies in the state is open consultation process, despite that the operations come from the 80s and the 90s. For example, in other southlands in Maricunga, the 3 environmental assessment and the special contract written operation were forward without previous indigenous consultation to date. But the Supreme Court ruled against this process, and now the state was in the obligation to open process with indigenous consultation and are currently underway. And also this generates our internal division, and we will return to this point in the other section, the economical section, between the people that want to take profit from this kind of development and the people that are in opposition. And we will see that the position has already changed, linked to the new negotiations and the term of negotiation between the state, the companies, and the communities. And for some of groups, looks this kind of process as a way to validate the project in exchange for monetary compensations. I will not stop in this slide because a very specific slide that try to explain how do the less recognition of the land. The state say that the communities lives far away from the site, and they exclude them from the indigenous participation process. As we comment, the state has now in 10 southlands ongoing indigenous consultation process. For example, in the case of the Codelco SQM agreement in Atacama, the process is ongoing also. It's a very difficult process, but it's overlapped with other process linked just specifically to benefit sharing, for example, the case of old SQM Corfu agreement. And also in the case of the special contract with an operation, we have at least 7 open indigenous consultation process to date. But the question that arises from this process is like, which issues are consulted, all the economic benefit, or they will open the door to include some kind of co-ownership, or if some part of the community can be part of the director for the, I don't know how to translate, to the board of the companies. That is also being discussed for one part of the indigenous populations. Which groups are consulted? That is just the territorial communities that are living close to the salt flats or the entire people, because some part of the indigenous population are excluded of this process, that they claim that all the people own this land, not just specific communities, and of course that create a lot of several tensions between the indigenous groups. Some of them denounce that they just want to benefit from the project monetarily, or obtain some kind of money benefits, or just some tracks, or some position in the board. And also the time required to close these agreements is really contested, because the government want to close this contract within the political period, for example. And that some part of some expert or some part of the indigenous community say that don't represent the real spirit of the indigenous consultation. For example, also that's all the problem between the consultation and they are open for the special contract written operation and the future indigenous consultation linked to the project specifically, because they are under two different regulations, and the current and ongoing indigenous consultation include more people than normally indigenous consultation linked to a specific project include. That means that all the benefits finally will be reduced to some communities based on the environmental impact assessment of the company. And also if they include or not the right to say no, because they say some part of the community say that they just want to validate and fast tracking the consensus linked to destruction. That's the environmental aspect that you mentioned of the lithium expansion. The strategies state that the development has to be built in response to the climate crisis, therefore ensuring the least possible environmental impact of this ecosystem. And we will create a network of protected salt flats. They propose some kind of new technology as direct lithium extraction, but it's a technology that has not been yet tested with a great certainty. And if you cannot extrapolate, for example, the results from one salt to the other, because all the salt flats has their own dynamics, and you need a lot of time, a lot of studies to determine if this process will be environmentally better, with a better process than the evaporative process, because everybody say, okay, anyway, you will produce environmental damage in one or another way, because you need a lot of electricity, you need a lot of water, for example. 1 minute? Yeah. Okay, then I will move quickly. And then as example, also the protected network is not, don't exclude the extraction from sites that are protected for different from different views. And also that is the entrenchment and that's optimized for green industrialization that the state promote. But recently, we can see that is a new from today, the companies that grant the bid to produce batteries in Chile or to produce cathodes, they quit the contract, bid and Tinchen. And that means that all these projects around the move beyond extractivism is failing. And that what we have finally is just extractivism, and all the ideas of move to product linkage or create value added as a false promise to date. And I will quickly see tell the conclusions of this study is like, despite the government progressive approach, intended lithium intensification and expansion to new sulfates repeat some past mistakes on economic and environmental interests in the past. For example, has even the productive enclosure of this ecosystem, diversity, and alternative cultural use. And authority was promoting participation mechanisms of the consultations. Cham and Focus are pushing for a fast-track process with predetermined results focused on promoting consensus linked to climate mitigation and government progress agenda. And they want to close this contract to have a legacy and to show to the population that they are moving forward as not in the past was possible. Sorry. And the current failure of productive change, and we are talking about recently this new show us, and the new development model metro reinforce the vision of extraction as a new dynamic of green sacrifices, some production and climate colonialism also, solely for the benefit of extraction export without added values. And all the arguments and we move forward to justify the extractions are showing that are not true, and all the false promises linked to green industrialization are falling down in these last weeks or months. And yesterday also we can see this new the people now are talking about this and what's going to happen, and also because the state tried to move forward really with the green hydrogen is also all the projects are abandoned there or they quit in the projects, and that despite the limitation, the current policy, that's an important point, is an advance compared with the past, and maybe could discontinued by the next right-wing government, because now the government will also end, and the next government and the candidate of the right, they say that they will grant direct contracts to the private sector. They want to include Codelco in these agreements, and also nobody knows what's going to happen with the ongoing indigenous consultation. If the next government will continue with them or they will close them. That is an uncertainty linked to all this view. And that is a final idea that all this, because the study that I'm developing is linked to other technologies, not just lithium. For example, that yesterday, this week, one project of green hydrogen entered to the environmental impact assessment, trying to they proposed to install 5 gigawatts of capacity of facilities to produce wind energy, to produce green hydrogen and export. And that currently the region of Magallanes is being converted in a green certified zone, as we can see in this graphic. Sorry for the time. I tried to put all the information there, and we can discuss and return to some points if necessary.
No, thank you very much. I apologize because we're pressed with time, and we have 45 minutes for discussion. And thank you for a very in-depth analysis, because we have some kind of comparative moment with what Veronica was mentioning about Argentina, but also Chile and Bolivia, about the role of governments. But we move on. We will leave some time for discussion now to Tearia Francos, professor of political science at Providence College, and also the co-director of Climate and Community Institute. So, please, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much. Give me 1 second to put this in the right format. Okay, can people see like the main screen now? Yes? Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
So I'm gonna, it's always hard to do this in 15 minutes, but I'm gonna keep to the time, which means I'll just cut myself off at some point, or someone will cut me off. I probably won't finish exactly, but it's an ongoing conversation. So this is the title of my book that's coming out in September. So that's just the title I use for presentations. I will not try to address the whole book, of course, today. I will go quickly through the first few slides because I think that it's material that this group already knows, and some of it even overlaps a little bit with Christian's great presentation. You'll see some photographs of Chile and the landscape there. But just to get us started, this is, again, information that I think is widely known in this group, but I think it's just important to have context on the scale of mining that is being forecast related to the quote unquote energy transition. I put that in quotes, not because I don't want an energy transition, which I do, but because we're not experiencing an energy transition right now. But regardless, there is a process of what we can call energy addition, in which renewable energy and the technologies and infrastructures to allow for solar panels, for wind turbines, for batteries, et cetera, are being deployed alongside more fossil fuel extraction as well. So both of those things are happening at once, which is important to keep in mind, because all of this extraction is on top of fossil fuel extraction, not replacing it yet, right? So I think having that scale in mind is important. This is a graph, just saying from one of the main forecasting agencies that we will need almost 400 new mines before, by 2035, just for the batteries and just for a select set of minerals of the battery. So this is a subset of a subset of a subset, but it gives you an idea. Each of these little pieces of clip art that shows a mine is an actual place in the world, or will be an actual place in the world. We just learned a lot about one of them, and this is the SQM installations in the Atacama, the aerial view that probably, we saw in Christian, and probably you've seen elsewhere as well, the evaporation ponds. But I also want to note, again, repeating a little bit from Christian, so I won't spend too much time here, that every mine is also a habitat or a home or a water system, right? And so we have this, layering of land uses, which is where a lot of the conflict and the environmental harm comes in. And so here you have, just a short distance from those salt flats are a quote unquote protected area, right? And that protected area is on the same footprint. So as Christian said, the science shows that the environmental and water impacts go well beyond the mine site and into these so-called protected areas, right? We also know that it's not just a natural landscape, let alone a terra nullius, as Christian said. It's also an area of human habitation, ancestral lands, many thousands of years of irrigation systems, of farming, of cultural production in the same area, right? And, the Atacama, the mining in the Atacama for lithium, which is just, again, one of several minerals required by energy transition technologies, are just one sector in what we can call a planetary mine. As of the latest data using geospatial techniques, we know that there are 66,000 square kilometers of land use for mines, not including the environmental zones of impact of those mines, which would add orders of magnitude. We would actually get in the same study to millions of square kilometers if we actually include the entire territory that is affected by mining, not just the physical plant of the mine site. So, this is what we call green extractivism, or we can also talk about the extractive frontiers of green capitalism, as I kind of frame it in my book. But I want to get to right away what will be a core point of my presentation, which aligns very well with Christian's talk, I think, though he was focused on Chile. I will focus on a slightly broader geography, but I think the point is the same. Resource frontiers are not given by nature. Nor are they only the product of corporate or state decisions, though those have a lot of primacy and protagonism. They are a dynamic and asymmetric terrain of conflict, right? They are places where state or corporate actors have decided that certain people, ecosystems are disposable or sacrificable in the name of some quote unquote greater good, whether that's national security, developmentalism, climate action, the energy transition. But those decisions do not go uncontested, right? We see that in Chile and Argentina, elsewhere. So that's why I want to keep in mind that there's a dynamism here on two sides, both in the fact that elites change their calculus about where to extract, right? Both given what the needs of capitalism are for certain materials, but also prerogatives around development or national security. So the frontiers shift according to the shifting elite calculi, but they also shift because communities push back, workers strike, sometimes nature also doesn't cooperate. And so they are dynamic, and we should not take as a given, like a given state plan or corporate plan. We should understand it as a site of social and class struggle and geopolitical struggle as well, right? So I want to just make that very clear. When we look at frontiers, they're not set in place. They actually move around in various ways. One of the main forces today, or a big force, I don't want to say it's the main force because we heard a lot from Christian, equally important factors shaping these frontiers that I'll get to later in my presentation if I don't run out of time. So I'll come back to sort of some of the global South politics and political economy that Christian focused on, but I want to focus on the global North. And we can immediately put that in quotes, right? Because where exactly does Serbia fit into a North-South dynamic? Is it a periphery of the global North? Is it a semi-periphery between the North and South, right? I understand that these are live conversations in especially places like Hungary, Serbia, Portugal, Spain, that have, semi-peripheral or peripheral status within the European project and within European capital accumulation, right? So when I say global North, we can understand that we can critique and interrogate that term. But for now, what I'm talking about is the decisions of powerful actors within the EU and the United States to attempt to access resources in a new way. It's not totally new, but it's new compared to the prior decades of neoliberal globalization, right? Maybe it goes back to imperial strategies from actually further in the past, right? But I'll say more about that in a moment. Just to say that, like, for a century, we could say some form of resource imperialism has structured the way that global North economies and political elites access the resources that are necessary for for capitalism. In recent decades, like neoliberalism was a major frame, policy paradigm of how these resources were acquired. We saw a lot of offshoring, more and more toxic extraction in the global south or in other peripheral economies. We saw arguments that like, oh, it's better to do it in the global south. It's cheaper there. It's more efficient, comparative advantage, right? We saw in association with this a race to the bottom where global south economies deregulated in order to attract more foreign capital and extraction, right? So this is kind of how extraction was organized for decades, you know, after the formal end to imperialism and colonialism with decolonization in the 1970s. And it had real world effects, meaning we had less mining, less extraction in the global north, both Europe and the US. And I won't detail these slides too much, but they basically provide evidence that we had less mining in most of the global north, with key exceptions of Australia and Canada, which are settler colonial kind of mining based economies. They are very interesting to discuss, but they stand out on their own a little bit. Otherwise, in Europe and the US, we've had less mining and more importation of mining from the global south of minerals, right? But this is what elites want to change. They are now, for various reasons that I'm happy to get into, not satisfied with just importing the minerals and offshoring, excuse me, the environmental harm. They actually want to have mining within the territory of Europe and the US in order to bolster their strategic position vis-a-vis China. So this is what I call the security sustainability nexus, where mining in the global north is justified on security terms, national security, the fight against China, also on quote unquote sustainability terms, like, oh, it's more sustainable to mine in the global north. That is not necessarily true, but it is an important argument that is made. So what we see is a lot of policy making, and I'm going to go through this quickly because I know I'm speaking to a very educated audience that knows about all of these things, right? But the point is, we've seen a flurry of policymaking over the past few years to bring more mining into the European Union and into the US. In effect, you know, reversing the trend of offshoring. We've also seen this bolstered with tariffs and trade protections. So it's not just encouraging more mining, it's also making it increasingly legally difficult to have those mining imports, right? And especially targeted at Chinese mining imports. Not going to go through this in detail, but what it shows is that the US and European governments, both at the EU level and at the member state level, and the US government have actually put up a lot of public money, taxpayer-funded subsidies, loans, grants, prizes to encourage mining. So they're putting money behind this kind of ambition. And that's kind of what this is showing. And as a result, and I apologize, you know, the EU map is a little bit out of date, so you can ignore some of the specific, like what's contested versus what's new or what's moving forward. Some of this has changed. This was just the most recent map I could find. But regardless, both in the US, in the western part of the US, and in various resource frontiers within the EU and right outside of the EU, we see an expansion of mining happening, or at least the intent, right? We understand from what I said in the beginning that these ambitions are often contested on the ground from a variety of local actors. So intent does not always translate into mining, but it does translate into more intense corporate and state activities in the frontiers, more repression of protest, the attempt to win over communities and local political actors, as Christian showed so in such a detailed way in Chile. So we have this really happening. But the immediate point I want to make before I run out of time is that it's very important to understand, and anyone that just listened to Christian's presentation, this would be clear, but just to make sure it's clear, this does not mean the end of mining in the global south. Instead, it means more mining everywhere under different regimes of governance, of accumulation, of extractivism, different political regimes, sometimes better regulation, a lot of the times worse, right? I mean, but we have a combined and uneven development of a planetary mine, right? And what this is showing us, in case it's not clear, is that regardless of all these US and EU efforts to mine closer to home, what every forecasting agency shows is that most of these minerals are going to come from the global south, from Latin America, Africa, and Indonesia are the top places that it's predicted that the mining industry will grow, whether for copper, nickel, lithium, graphite, etc., right? And so alongside more mining in the global north, we have the continuity of unequal ecological and economic exchange between the north and the south, as well as between these new semi-peripheries in the global north, right? And so I'll say that more in a moment, but just so that it's clear that we're not shifting mining away from the global south. That is not happening right now. And what that does, and I'm so glad that Christian got into the difficulties around the green developmental project, and I think we should debate, is the whole project a bad idea? Should we not seek to have better value-added opportunities in the global south? I mean, I think this is a subject of real debate in the left. So I don't want to just throw out the idea, but I do want to emphasize that the reality is we do not have a transformation of political economy yet. What we have is a reproduction of unequal exchange. And what this very nice graphic from our comrades at SOMO shows is that the value and profit remain concentrated at the end of the supply chain, and the beginning of the supply chain with the extraction is very low economic benefit for those societies, whether in the global south, whether in Serbia. The benefits are concentrated elsewhere. And what that also means is that if we continue to have the majority of extraction in the global south and we don't have those other economic development initiatives working, that we're going to continue to see violence and brutality in the global south, as well as in Serbia, Hungary, and other semi-peripheral zones of the global north economies. We know that mining, according to every kind of metric, is the most dangerous economic sector. It beats sectors like agribusiness that are also quite dangerous, right? And logging, right? And fishing. Mining is the worst in the sense that the most land, water, and environmental and indigenous rights defenders are killed for oftentimes quite non-violent forms of civil resistance, right? And I want to note that Latin America tends to stand out as the place that's most risky for activists, but we also know that it's most likely a severe undercount of killings in Africa. So I want to just note that this is underrepresenting the total amount of deaths and might be also overrepresenting Latin America in that, right? It's possible that actually there's more killing of activists in Africa, but we really just don't have good data on that. But it's very dangerous regardless, and obviously every human life matters, so regardless of where it happens, this is quite concerning that we're going to have an expansion of extraction and that we know that more violence will come as a result of that. Where am I with time right now? Sorry, let me pause for a moment. 5 minutes left. Great. Okay, so I'll slide through this kind of quickly. This summarizes sort of some of what I just said, so it's not a lot of new information, but I do think it's interesting to look at the complex geography of extraction. I already said there's onshoring in the global north, as well as continued unequal exchange between north and south. There's also, and Serbia is relevant to this, so is Hungary, this kind of rerouting of supply chains to avoid tariffs or other restrictions. So we have what I call a kind of meta geography where certain third-party states become quite strategic. We also have a fractal relationship where even within a place like Chile, there are resource frontiers within Chile, and then there are other parts of Chile that are very wealthy and they benefit and the air is clean, right? So we always have to think fractally, I think, about these core periphery relations. At every scale, this relationship reproduces itself, right? So to not fall into methodological nationalism and say, oh, all of Chile is equally affected or all of Serbia, right? That's not true. We need to look at the class and ecological relations within countries as well. There's a whole other analysis that we don't really have time for about how corporations are both benefiting from this onshoring and this government subsidy in the global north, but they also are challenged by it because it is putting restrictions on some of their own supply chains. So again, I'm not trying to feel sorry for corporations, but it's interesting to see the complex position where they benefit from the incentives, but the kind of restrictions and tariffs are complicated for them, right? So that's why they're going to these third-party states and diversifying their supply chains in various ways. I'm not going to even talk about this, but there's a lot of interesting stuff that actually came up in Christian's talk about how corporations are navigating some of these challenges and dilemmas to protect their investments. So that's some analysis that I have in the book. The last thing I want to say in my final minute or two is that, all of that is what the state and corporations are trying to do. We also see a lot of interesting policy activity, even if a lot of it doesn't lead anywhere, like Christian said. I still think we should think about it. How are global south governments both progressive, quote unquote, but also like, less progressive governments responding to all of this. In some cases, we see some interesting ideas often coming from civil society or the most left-wing part of the progressive governments, where we have some attempt to do resource nationalism, maybe to do some new forms of ecological planning. A lot of that gets often like downplayed, in an effort to attract more investment. So that was what Christian already explained to us, but I still think it's important to look at what the initiatives are and why Global South governments are trying to kind of improve their position in this global political economy. And then lastly, a lot of the most progressive initiatives themselves are in response to growing frontline militancy that itself kind of traverses the global North-South divide. We have militancy at the community level in Chile and Argentina, in Serbia, in Nevada, in Portugal, in Spain, in lots of places. These are just some photos where I've done my own field work on these topics, right? And so, just to conclude, like this is a planetary mind that is facing dispersed yet, I would say, planetary forms of resistance. That I think raises very interesting questions that myself and my colleagues have worked on at Climate and Community Institute, which raises the question of like, if this mining is going everywhere and also there's resistance and conflict wherever it goes, should we actually think about how to reduce the total footprint of mining while also making headway on our climate goals, right? And not viewing those as in zero-sum tension with one another. So we've done interesting research that I think many people have seen here, so I don't need to go over it, that we could actually get to zero emissions in transportation, with much less mining than is being forecasted if we change out of a car-centric view of the transition. And the last thing I'll say, this is my final slide, is that we understand that like we're not going to achieve any reduction in mining without really powerful coalitions across these supply chains. So some of what we're doing right now in Climate and Community Institute in the US is helping to convene a coalition of frontline communities, battery workers, transit advocates, recycling advocates, environmental conservation advocates, so that they can all stand together with a different vision of the energy transition that actually addresses the climate crisis without producing unnecessary volumes of mining. So I will leave it there, and sorry to go quickly over those last slides. Thanks for the extra time.
No, thank you very much, Tara. I mean, it's very important. You raised so many issues that there is no time for me to respond, of course, and regretfully, my role is just to lead you through this process, but looking forward to reading your book. That's what I could always say, because there are many global issues and many new global constellations that are that has to be revisited and have to be revisited. Okay, let's move on and we'll have time for discussions. Now it's time for Mirko Nikolic, who's research at the School of Culture and Education at Sunderland University. I'm not pronouncing it right properly, but he's also an artist and activist. So Mirko, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Hi, thanks, Zoran. All the speakers. So yeah, I'll just start the presentation. Second. Hope it works. Is it there? Yeah. Do you see something appearing? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, just briefly. So yeah, I'm calling you from Stockholm, Sweden. But I consider myself I'm working in environmental humanities and arts, but also I've been trying to, from diaspora, been to accompany to some extent as possible this struggle. So it's a very partial subjectivity here and partial vision, but specifically here I'll be talking about history and also specifically how it works at the intersection of environmental climate justice movements. So also, yeah, what I'm doing now is a work in progress, but it's also a work of critical memory, memorialization here and now. So pardon, it's very fragmented and partial as it is, but so I'm trying to put together simply, it's a critical memory study of linkages between authoritarianism and fascism with extractive industries, and how corporate histories from below can and aren't matched to political histories, which is sometimes not that obvious, and how to read this through a lens of intersecting social, environmental, and climate justice, with focus on labor justice and racial justice. And so the focus here is not studying social movements, which I'll mention briefly, but the crimes of the powerful, and specifically the nexus between militarization and corporate counterinsurgency, social engineering extraction, or to quote Nina Đukanović here, the nexus of violent politics and toxic politics, specifically in Serbia. So the question is, what happens when a multinational with a long history, different types of associations with authoritarian and proto-fascist regimes come into memoryscape, into a landscape deeply marked by fascist violence and anti-fascist resistance? And the initial question indeed is when do they come even? Like we've heard, is it the 2000s when the mineral was discovered? Was it before? So these are the working questions. But yeah, and the larger question is how do we get here? Or we are not there, but we're getting there. So we've seen possibilities, theorization that we might be coming into fossil fascism, but possibly also into tech or green fascism, and even more possibly, or what we are seeing and panning now is actually conjunction of these two. So it's also work of trying to see the continuities and overlaps between fossil capital and so-called green capital, rather than, I think that's even more important than discontinuities. So briefly, I'll just say a few more words about Jadar, or actually upstream from Jadar. And also just to mention here that I'm not from the area, but I consider myself downstream in multiple ways, and as I'll explain. And also I have friends, family, companions, and comrades downstream as well. So I do feel directly impacted by this project and by the company developing it. So this is the place which is basically 2 kilometers upstream from the mine, directly in the valley. It's the place of one of the major massacres during the Second World War, executed in 1941 as a revenge of the Nazi forces against the partisan insurrection and Chetnik insurrection at that time in the area. So basically, it's essential to understand the Jadar Valley. As we see today, it is mainly agricultural land, but it is also the whole region of Western Serbia has been historically one of the major mining areas in the Balkans and Europe even, mainly for lead and antimony. It goes from antiquity, but modern mining started at the end of 1800s. There's the very complex history and interesting history of domestic capital and foreign capital, but there's South World War Mine too. In the area, there were mines owned by British capital and German capital. During the World War, the mines were occupied, but also flashpoints of resistance struggle. And indeed, upstream from Jadar Valley, very close by, actually, is the start of the partisan insurrection in World War II. On 7 July 1941, there's been a first attack against the occupier then. And also upstream from the mine still, at the former mine of Stolice, there was also major assembly of the Communist partisan resistance then, 26 September 1941. And I'd like to mention, I'll come back to this, they were present among very few delegates. There were 3 persons who were Španski borci, 3 people who came back from the Spanish Civil War, who were communists, who went illegally, returned after detention, and were present there. So there is an uninterrupted line of resistance connecting this place to Spanish Civil War. And in terms of going forward in time, this is today's view. So very close to the Jadar Valley, this is a village of Zajeća, which has had mines from the late 1800s until early 2000s. And this is the remains. It was a site of major labor struggles in very recent times, actually, in 2010s, and a site of a major public health emergency when very high levels of lead pollution were found in blood. And you will see here, actually, on the right is the smelter, and actually you see the church there. Right next to the church is a village school, so you will see it's maybe possibly 100 meters away. And another major disaster happened in the same area in 2014 during the May 2014 floods, which have been connected scientifically to the climate change effects, amplified by them. Upstream from the valley of Jadar, there's been a major tailings dam disaster. The abandoned Timor tailings dam, which took them at least 2 years to remediate. And I'm not going to details, but today it also doesn't look, I would say, exactly remediate. So this is directly upstream. This water actually, and the polluted water came down into the river of into the Korenita, and then all the way to Jadar actually, and contaminated vast swaths of land along the way, and then further down to Drina. So this is 2014. It's 12 years from about 10 years ago. So this is the Velvet Sea today, and actually the river is just passing. Korenica is passing just behind and joining Jadar. So yeah, who is Rio Tinto? It's impossible now to recount 150 years of corporate history in 10 minutes. But actually, it's as you can see, it's very specific. It's a whole library about them, which is a bit specific. So this is how it looked 30 years ago. This is from a book from 91. This is their subsidiaries, part of the subsidiaries. So I'll just mention a few, I would say, very important episodes in this very long history, which are exactly the moments where this company operated within, or in some ways connected to fascist or proto-fascist and colonial regime. So the company starts in south of Spain in the late 1800s, Minas de Rio Tinto. Already 1888 was the day of the year of the shots, when there were major labor unrest with many people killed. Now, I don't have the number on top of my head, but it was a major anti-labor. Yeah, it was intervention by the government for the company. After that, there's been a constant struggle, and the struggle was indeed in the 1880s already about the fumes, about the pollution. So it is one of the first European, at least, struggles for environmental justice, we could say. So this is the mine or the colony, you could imagine, the whole. There, essentially, the company worked until 36 was, in 36 was taken over by the Franco's forces, fascist forces. And indeed, the company continued to work from 36 to 54 under Franco's regime. It is said that the company collaborated with the Nazis, and I'm picking up, it was mentioned earlier today. This whole research started because indeed, it is said sometimes by activists and researchers that actually the company collaborated with the Nazis. This is actually not factually exactly true. Some steel, actually not steel pirates did end up in Germany and Mussolini's Italy, but they were actually requisitioned by Franco's company. It's a complex story. Fact being, anyways, I would like us to pursue another line here, that indeed the mines of Rio Tinto were essential to Franco's war effort and were essential to its government. And indeed, the company stayed in Franco's Spain. It fought basically these exports to Germany and Italy for mainly economic reasons, I would say. But then it stayed and operated under Franco's regime. It wasn't good business anymore because of the autarkic and nationalist policies of Franco, indeed, pressure to Hispanicize, and indeed Rio Tinto sold 2/3 of the mine to Franco, to a consortium of Spanish banks and government in 54. However, during this time, especially during the Civil War, actually Rio Tinto's diplomacy indeed was, according to the authors, conducive to actually recognizing Franco Spain, or at least on the behalf of the United Kingdom. And then afterward, actually, company was helped to normalize the image of Franco Spain internationally. So just to say that this feels distant indeed, but actually, the company, when selling, actually started expanding majorly in Southern Africa and Australia. It already had some holdings in Northern Rhodesia and South Africa in the colonies, but this mine is probably the most controversial, one of the two probably most controversial mines in 1900s. It was developed in Namibia in 1970s. Now there's a long history of Namibia. It was first the colony of the German Empire and the genocide that happened there. But at the time when Rio Tinto started operating there, it was actually under illegal occupation by apartheid South Africa. And it was under UN sanctions. The mine was developed at the time when actually there was a call by the UN, and it was deemed an illegal occupation, and the mine stayed open actually until the fall of the apartheid regime. So it has been part of the anti-apartheid movement in the UK, the rusting mine. And what was attracted was the yellow cake. So there was a major controversies about where it's going. The contracts were secret. Who is it being sold? Is it for civilian use? Is it for military? It's a major and a key episode to understand, actually, I would say, the energy systems of 1900s and the connections to authoritarianism, in this case, apartheid, racist regimes. Rossing is, I would like us to remember this, because sometimes it's not mentioned in the context of Rio Tinto. So this was the mining colony. And it was actually, just to say, to understand the impermeability of Rio Tinto to actually social mobilizing and critiqued. Major mobilizations happened in the 70s, 80s, but actually the company stayed throughout. They were confident they would be, that their expertise, the value will stay even after the liberation of Namibia. Even the SWAPO, the movement for the liberation, actually deemed the mine, and they would say they would actually take it back. They were saying the export is illegal. But anyways, the company actually states, even when Namibia became independent, and sold its holdings only in 2018. And there's a long history of labor, health issues, and environmental pollution. But anyways, they stay there. And again, so this doesn't seem that it's just an episode. I cannot not mention Bougainville here. I'm aware, and many of you are aware about what happened in Bougainville, and as part of Papua New Guinea, and the conflict that was created by the mine. But then again, they operated and developed the mine under Pinochet's junta together with BHP, and then again they actually had holdings in Grasberg in occupied West Papua, Indonesia, in a mine operated by the US-based Freeport-McMoRan. So they had a production share contract from 1996 until 2018. And then it was sold, and actually no responsibility or accountability. Even now, I mean, there is basically, as you will see, there hasn't been any justice for the local communities, and the environment is devastated, and it's still an ongoing struggle. But basically, Rio Tinto profited for this from 20 plus years and sold its responsibility and went off. And this, as we speak, again, this is all not past. At the moment, the biggest project of Rio Tinto indeed is the iron ore mine in Guinea, which has been marked by setbacks and scandals for 27 years. You can read about that, why and what. And now it's coming along. There are protests, but actually we should know that Guinea, since 2021, is under military junta, which first was seen to some extent as sort of liberating from the previous president, but however, it proceeded into banning protests and persecuting human rights activists. Killings were recorded against activists, and actually, there are reports emerging also about many deaths in construction. And so I'll finish actually just by zooming back now. And so the question here, just to wrap up this, is that actually Rio Tinto might not have we don't have a forensic knowledge to say that actually the steel that was used in the operations, the massacres perpetrated by Nazis in Jadar Valley and Podrinje, used pyrites from Rio Tinto. I think we don't have that forensic analysis, but we could with greater certainty see actually that weapons using pyrites, and the capital was used in Franco's war, and there were thousands of volunteers from Yugoslavia then who were participating in the civil war effort. So I think we should have this episode very keenly before our eyes when we understand this history and this moment. However, this is not the only way in which Rio Tinto has been in Jadar in some ways, at least since the 30s and 40s. When we look at the climate footprint historically, this is basically one of the top emitting companies in history. This is only looking at their coal and oil. They disinvested from coal in mid-2010s, moved to others. But the fact being that, as you see here, Rio Tinto is established to be responsible for 0.34% of all emissions historically for carbon majors. So what does this mean actually from the climate justice perspective? So this is historical, and today even, as the company is one of the leaders in self-proclaimed leaders in climate mitigation. Their climate footprint, scope 1 and 2, is about 30 million tons. But their scope 3 emissions, which are associated with actually using their products, are about 600 million tons, which means they are today close above 1% of all emissions. And if you want to compare this to fossil fuel majors, actually this proportion, this ratio between scope 1 and 2 and scope 3 is not that far from, say, Total Energies, which is basically producing fossil fuel. This is just to understand the impact of their material, specifically iron and aluminum. So this is their impact today. And all this is actually accumulating and happening in these ways. So Jadar Valley and Western Serbia is one of the regions in Europe that is majorly impacted by the climate breakdown. So this is, you saw the imagery from 2014. Similar floods happened in 2020. This happened this spring. And this is the exact area of the mine. Actually, I think that corner there you would see would be underwater. Of course, they would build dams that would sustain 1,000-year floods. But this is actually Another way in which the company has been present, is present, and will stay present for a very long time to come in Jadar, and also Balkans is one of the fastest heating areas in Europe, and is already above world average in terms of heating. So it's manifesting both in droughts and extreme weather events. So just to finish, then that actually I'll just want to wrap up and also respond to the discussion for the first panel. Then indeed, not all parts of the movement actually see this intersection of anti-fascism and anti-extractivism in Serbia as elsewhere, or in the wide Jadar movement. However, at the left, you'll see one of the gatherings, and I'll quote, I hope, Polekol as well. One of the speakers from Polekol that day said, "Smrt fašizmu, sloboda rekama, death to fascism, freedom to rivers." And on the right is one of the international manifestations actually tying together at one of the junctions of this capital at London, outside the annual general meeting, tying together movements from Mongolia, Madagascar, Arizona, Apache lands in Arizona against Resolution Copper, Serbia, and elsewhere. So I would really like to focus on the fact that there are two. I do think that biggest threats today, I would say, worldwide, are the extreme and far right, indeed, and the climate breakdown. But they are fully tied together. And I would like to acknowledge and to just finish by saying that environmental justice and climate justice movement, indeed, how they're doing this work of critical memory, collective remembering, and memorializing and commemorating through this, not forgetting what passed, and actually trying to hold the companies accountable over time, over decades, even centuries now. In geographies, there is centuries of resistance now. And this is essential in order to actually really counter the fact that actually billions are pumped now into corporate science and PR to actually start from ground zero. That's, Rio Tinto, Anglo American, Glencore, all these companies are now actually saving the planet. Without going now into technical details with these new technologies, and of course, some of that might be useful for, remedying some impacts, but the fact is that a lot of this there hasn't been any accountability, responsibility, and there can't be no justice until it's all remediated and addressed. Fact being also that there has been such damage in lives and pollution that it's also beyond remediation, regeneration. So we do need other actors, I think, to actually engage in the work of saving the planet. And I think the movements are coming up with these solutions. And I think it's essential also to see these connections between anti-fascism and anti-extractivism in this context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mirko. Yes, it's a very important angle from your perspective to locate this in a context and in exactly the other valley and the vicinity, this memory of anti-fascism, and also to vivisect, if I may use this word, the company of Rio Tinto and similar and like-minded companies that had very strong connection to different wars, etc., etc. So thanks. Let's move on now to Ivana Stepanovic from the Institute of Advanced Studies, KÖSEG, if I'm pronouncing right. Ivana, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here among such people. I'm going to share my PPT. Hopefully I can do it.
Yeah,
yeah.
you have this option. Sure.
Can you
Of course, it's okay. You can just enlarge it, put full
yeah, that's
screen.
what I'm trying. Okay. Oh, yes. So so just I'm going to talk about social media narratives and lithium mining. I'm going to focus on resistance and how anti-lithium protests are being also transferred to this online sphere, what is happening there, and how are hashtags and memes and other algorithms that are embedded within social media, how are all of these tools helping in this resistance, and what can we read from these online narratives, given that social media are making an important extension of the public sphere today. Just briefly about methodology, I'm just going to say this is neither my PhD nor my book project or anything. It is just I'm doing digital ethnography on social media and mainly dealing with reconciliation in former Yugoslavia. But this was something that I felt like a patriotic duty to kind of, and I was just, I kind of branched out into this research. So briefly methodology, I published one paper, which I'm gonna link in the last slide. It's qualitative research. Qualitative research, digital ethnography, and mainly online observation, but also narrative analysis. And I closely followed over 100 profiles across different social media channels. So the time frame is basically my research, which I published, is referring to the protest of 2021, but I went back to this because what is happening right now during the protest is quite interesting. The student protests currently happening in Serbia and how this is connected to lithium protest as well. And so this is an extended, and I see it as an ongoing research. So just the background research on the narratives against lithium mining in Serbia. So this is something that is kind of woven into these digital or online narratives that I found. And just to kind of briefly mention them, what I see that the main source of these narratives that are visible on social media are kind of built upon arguments from the academic community. And so some of these arguments are that extraction of rare minerals, especially deep mining, which is associated with the future, hopefully not future, lithium mine in Jadar Valley, is considered a major threat to the environment and also human health. But also that environmental degradation really undermines sustainability and questions what is green energy transition, whether it makes any kind of sense. Then lithium mining is considered as economically unfeasible, and that lithium mining is considered damaging to the Serbian tradition of agriculture, living in harmony with nature, and kind of really jeopardizes the cultural heritage of Serbia in different ways, in different aspects of it. And what I kind of tried to investigate, what was the main goal behind this digital ethnography, was to see how this resistance is really collecting together, or how to say it, it's really like making linkages between escaping polarization, making linkages between both left-wing and right-wing activism, and you can see intersections between nationalist, patriotic, and also transnational narratives. And so this is what I try to investigate and see how lithium mining is a non-polarizing issue, which creates some kind of alignment between different political parties, movements, activists, individuals, and including the student movement, and how they are stemming sometimes from the right wing, sometimes from the left wing ideologies, and how this is sometimes indistinguishable, and what is happening in social media, especially with these algorithmic and social media digital signifiers, what I call, but let me talk about it in a minute. So what I found basically is that lithium mining seems to be both a national and transnational problem. And this is what is transpiring from these narratives from social media. What I wanted here to kind of illustrate is how hashtags and memes are traveling from the online semiosphere to the protests, so to the physical reality, and sometimes something that is created at the protest is then traveling back to this semiosphere of the internet. And it's kind of interesting how these messages are are kind of connecting these two worlds. If we're not really talking about two worlds, but how they are traveling back and forward. So it seems that hashtags and memes modify the narratives in certain ways, and they're also giving some extras on these narratives. So they can also transform into these protest slogans, or the protest slogans can transform back to memes and hashtags. And so this is very helpful because every activism nowadays also has to be present in the sphere of social media to be the most impactful. So it's interesting how these interplays are happening, and also that hashtags, but as well as memes, have these different meanings, and mainly two levels of meanings. One as kind of algorithmic signifier, in the sense that a hashtag or a meme can be viral and can then help find certain content and can then promote these activist messages and have them achieve them more visibility in the online sphere. But they also function as a very peculiar narrative building blocks that amplify certain meanings or add certain meanings or make certain messages ambiguous. And this is what is interesting about them, that they have this kind of open-ended meaning, but also what I call a black box meaning, because they are at the same time full of meanings, but they're also playful because these meanings can change, and it depends how you understand something. And the typical message maybe here, Pumpai, is one of these, let's say, mimetic language signifiers that are empty and full at the same time. So maybe I should mention that it's a floating signifier concept that I borrowed from Baudrillard for this occasion to explain this. And to cut a long story, just to briefly mention the role of algorithms, because it is important not to kind of take into consideration what is happening, how algorithms are really impacting this whole production of narratives and distribution of them, because the algorithms are both helping promote but also undermine these environmental activist activities and protests. So in the sense that there is this certain social media economy and politics of visibility, which is then impacting digital activism mainly because of this engagement-based ranking. So it's something that can also amplify activism, but it can also undermine it in the sense that it entails certain hidden work, and it entails certain like digital extractivism as well, to kind of work, sorry, is to kind of the work of activists also implies this work on understanding the algorithms, adapting to the algorithms, but also the work of algorithms themselves. So this is just what I had to take into consideration when analyzing this digital activism. So I have highlighted some examples of how these hashtags, for example, on the platform X, which I analyze how these certain clusters. I mean, this really requires some explanation how I came to these clusters, but simply I extracted some clusters that went often together. I mean, it would take a long time to explain it methodologically, so let me skip that and just show you the examples of how these hashtags can kind of, it depends, depending on how they are connected together, it kind of changes or amplifies or kind of fine-tunes the meaning as well. So there can be this patriotism, but also local patriotism, and also it can be linked to this concept of neocolonialism. Serbia is not for sale. It would refer to this kind of neocolonialism, implication of this concept of neocolonialism. So these kind of concepts can relate also to the concepts of ecology and also ecocide, and imply something that we can call green criminology. That lithium extraction should be really criminalized and seen as some kind of a I'm really sorry, I'm so clumsy with this. And of course, I had to show you the example of how there is also this nationalistic interpretation of the lithium mining problem, where it can be connected with this hashtag Kosovo is Serbia or NATO bombing. So this is kind of this anti-Western right-wing, perhaps, narrative, which we can maybe say that it is right wing, but this is also debatable. But just wanted to show the kind of difference, how different combination of hashtags already has a story. And this is what I mean by saying that hashtag really modifies narrative or constitutes some kind of narrative building block. It is also just a simple sign to show to the algorithm, to give certain information to the algorithm of social media, of a specific social media, but also like it creates itself a message, and it is playful. And why it is black box? Because we don't really know what was in the mind of the creator who put these hashtags together. So I just wanted to briefly show this as well, because this is an example of how Platform X was used to communicate, and why this is a transnational problem as well, and how it transpires on social media. So Platform X was especially used during the protests in 2021 to communicate the problem in Serbia to the wider audiences across the world, and to create some kind of transnational alliances against lithium mining. So use of hashtags in English and posts in English really helped kind of boost cooperation and also compassion with Serbia and this global ecology activism. But in this sense, I mean, these are maybe some conclusions about what is the role of hashtags in this environmental activism, and that narrative threads this seem unstructured, but also that narratives about lithium mining in Serbia really vary from this patriotic to nationalist to transnational. And that they can be incorporated into greater political narratives or attached to other problems. So this is how this lithium mining issue is really touching upon different political, economic, cultural issues as well. So that hashtags are really fine-tuning these narratives. And finally, coming to the Serbian protests 2024 and 25, what is also observable in the social media as well as on the streets is that there is this alignment between students and farmers, and that lithium mining protest is kind of in a silent partner. I mean, it's kind of an issue which is implied in here, and this is visible not just by different kind of memes and protest slogans and messaging, but also some events are dedicated to this. And that lithium mining can be seen as a domestic issue and portrayed in social media to kind of boost this patriotic feeling of nature preservation, health preservation, but also identity preservation, preservation of cultural heritage, but also like working of this national economy and politics. And then to see lithium mining as a transnational issue. It is visible from the narratives in social media because it is simply visible how these narratives are used to foster transnational cooperation and global awareness, but also this idea that pollution transcends borders and that it's never just a domestic issue, that lithium mine can impact a just country. For example, it can also impact Bosnia, for example, and that also it can amplify regional climate change effects, but also that this colonial mindset is kind of behind these extractivist practices, and that they are expanding from south to north and from east to west, as we also talked about today in other presentations, and that this kind of implies a critique of global economic system founded on these ideas of growth, progress, and technological advancement. This can be kind of read as a potential meaning behind these resistance narratives or anti-lithium narratives, and this green transition imposes really burdens on the less developed countries such as Balkan countries at the semi-periphery. And so what is the most interesting for me, really, conclusion is that in Serbia is a small country in which a potential lithium mining project really raised awareness to very high level. And that, I mean, this is not, I mean, I don't have evidence for this, but this is what the research is indicating. That the understanding of the negative impacts and also of environmental costs of lithium mining is very high, and also that there is implied understanding of that really technology is not a solution for solving environmental problems, and that there's maybe something wrong with this concept of green transition and increased extraction of lithium and other rare minerals. And so that patriotic and nationalist narratives really converge, and that some of them, so for example, if patriotic and nationalist narratives maybe mobilize larger populations, perhaps, however, there's also these transnational aspects that are recognized by activists, and that this really shows that lithium mining is a global issue, and that this extraction is really expanding from traditional extraction sites to places which are traditionally agricultural and have completely different history, perhaps. And so in this sense, there is a really high percentage of people that are aware of these problems. So in between the lines, there is this resistance against lithium mining implies perhaps a deeper critique of contemporary society, which is focused on growth and consumption and this technological solutionism. So thank you. I have no idea how long I spoke. Maybe it's too short because I didn't get any, or it's too long. This is the paper.
Thank you, Ivana. Yes. I was trying to signal, the timing, I put in the chat.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Perfectly fine. We will have some time for discussion, and we will shorten our closing remarks. But it was a very insightful perspective from completely different angle, and I think it's really important. So let's go now to Ingo Gentes, last but not least, of course, with research and lecture, and water justice is your kind of field, and let's say a project coordinator, water, land, and climate rights. Please, Ingo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to share my presentation there. Can you see it? I'm not able to share it now.
Not yet.
Well, I'm in it.
Hi, do you need my help with the presentation?
Yeah, maybe you could give me just a hand. It doesn't, I just tried it several times now. I'd like to go through very quick because we are lack of time and just, let's bring it here now.
I can share it if you need.
Yeah, maybe that would be good if you can.
So.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Then just do the next slide, please, and
Yeah.
On time. Perfect. Thanks.
I tried to lose not time. Yeah, just try to just fix to the 15 minutes. Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. It's late now. Thank you also that I came after the deadline, so it's a great pleasure to be with you. Yeah, I just give you some insights from ongoing article we're writing with my colleagues from the University of Calgary, Pablo Politzer, and from the University of Sorbonne, Jorge Rollins. So it's about, we can just further on. Yeah, the next. Okay, this is, maybe you could switch this. Yeah, drop it. Just, I'm part, next. Yeah, I'm part of, I'm here as a researcher, but also I'm very active in contesting mining activities here in Europe and also in Latin America, and the green energy movement promoted by European Union and the actual German government. So our work started with the water rights in 2001 in Bolivia. So we are a platform of researchers sponsored and mainly by the University of Wageningen and Wageningen University. So we think that water rights are expressed in social relations of power. You can thesis. We work on case studies. We work about the different narratives on roots, on authorities. So our research want to know how to define what is a water right, but how to know also the narratives behind. We use a lot of what Harvey called water accumulation by dispossession. But we also don't only expose these injustices. We want to be actively contribute to our water justice in countries and public policies. Next. Yeah. What is this actual research is going a bit on the sustainable development scenarios by the International Energy Agency. We heard this in several presentations today. Demand for lithium is increasing the next 20 years. There's no alternative for batteries. There are large-scale resource attraction for critical minerals in mainly ecological fragile regions. Thea posed this very great. We heard a lot of the South American lithium triangle between Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia. There is a rapid expansion of lithium mining threatens not only water security, but indigenous rights. This was Christian said this and stressed out, revealing exploitative nature of green energy. So our case study just tried for the first time to compare the critical points at the beginning and the end of the emerging lithium supply chain. So we took the Salar de Atacama, one of the world's largest lithium reserves. We had a lot in Christian's presentation, and the Tesla Gigafactory in Grünheide in the outskirts of Berlin. It's a major producer of these green cars, of these energy cars and batteries. Why these both cases? Why Germany and Chile? Because 71 of Germany's lithium carbonate imports are from Chile. So there's a very huge relation with both countries and mainly between the governments to get a good agreement. Fraunhofer Institute said that the annual battery manufacturing capacity will reach more to 400 gigawatt hours by 2030. And the power, approximately 6.5 million cars are currently consumption these power. Our assumption, you can see this, there is for us a grade. We have listened it the whole day. a contradiction between this green economy. It seeks, on the one hand, the promises to reduce carbon emissions, but simultaneously relies on intensifying resource extraction. There are long-standing patterns of environmental degradation, corporate dominance, and inequalities in power relation. In our way, it reconfigures much more these extravagant logics under a new green narrative and reforms, which is much more we have to see for different governance systems, stronger corporate accountability, and we need what we need is much more fair mechanisms for resource distribution to face these injustices. Next. This is just the way, we go over through. This is the indigenous area, the Salada Atacama in San Pedro. You see the mining sites, and on the right side, just all these indigenous villages which are recognized. There are, we heard this too. There's not one for all. They are not always together. The consultation process is going by one with one. So the unity of them is much more fragile and fragmented. Next. The ecology, the political ecology, I'm going quick. Ria told us a lot of them. We've taken some kinds of former books. So it's a complex, it's a multi-level process. We try to examine the economic structure and the power dynamics in these, what are the social and political transformation inside, in the sites, but also in the governments, in societies. We expose these power asymmetries, and we see a need for a very different participatory decision-making process, especially in this context of the extraction, but also in the production of battery. We will see that later on. There is an unevenness of a global industrial process with uneven local impacts. And we try to understand these critical phases from in the supply chain change. One, the extraction of lithium, other, the refining and battery production on the other. Why Chile's Atacama? We heard this, it's the world's largest lithium reserves. Also the brine are gathered by a very energy efficient process. Groundwater depletion is accelerating, soil subsidence. The risk, we've heard it, it's very different to other techniques. You can see in Australia, for example, we see the growing concerns on human rights and environmental harm. And on the other hand, we have these new regulatory frameworks, for example, on Chile. On Chilean side, the strategy on lithium. On the German and European side, the Supply Chain Due Diligence Act and the German Due Diligence Act and the Corporate Sustainable Diligence Act by the European Union are still not enough just to face this mounting pressure on to expand interaction and to really assess and to bring inside these huge externalities. Next, the lithium. This is the way. One of the speakers, from Argentina, told about the lithium production around the world. This is on the left side. You can see the extraction areas. It also will expand the next future in the next couple of years. Next, The Salada Atacama. I will just go very quick through this because Christian told us a lot of it. It's the Salada is the heart. It's experience where nearly no existence. There's no rainfall at all. Don't forget this. The extraction is done by only two companies. SQM is a Chilean firm, and Albemarle, it's a company with the US capital. It poses significant impact on the region's aquifers. The lithium extraction is not alone. There is copper mines in this region, so most of the water rights are allocated to these mines. There's also rivalry in between the two branches. You can see the total demand of fresh water, but 92% is the use of brine, and brine is still, as Christian said, not considered water against all these studies who said you have to consider this also in legislation. It's water. The Chilean water case is very famous for this negative, being a negative framework. It's most water management is, you can see it's nearly privatized. There's no watershed real management. You're maybe used to other regions in Europe, for example, France, if you compare it. They recognize water as a national good for public policy, but they create private and individual water rights. There's nearly an ownership of these individual rights, and which is very affecting that these rights of mining companies. They do not acquire a lot of water use rights, and they effectively transform them into economic assets, into commodities. So we have, however, the view of that brine is not water is contested by environmental specialists. You can see this side by Berg in 2023. This is a very key moment for us. Non-water illustrates typical, thank you, case where scientific knowledges and environmental regulations co-produce. This is very interesting article from just now from 2004. Mining, considering mining resource is absolutely excluded from these water codes. So water use rights are not required for extraction, for industrial exploitation. We have the technical knowledge, and we have, but the business objectives converge to shape these as adaptable to the market needs. A recent study I mentioned here by Delgado shows that, I just mentioned that once that the subsidence is that the aquifer levels are sinking down, there's a huge affectation of biodiversity, but also of drinking water in the region. The results have given rise to complaint by some of the indigenous community, not all, but represented by the Council of Argamanians in a new environmental qualification resolution. We have to wait on this decision. Next. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Okay. Here are some photos taken by my colleagues and me. This is on the left side, the Salar de Atacama. You can see this is a kind of, yeah, let's say, ongoing reassessing the environmental impact assessments done by and financed by the mines with the indigenous communities, a very participatory process. As you can see here, the mapping, where's the water, where the wells, where the boreholes, where they're taking the water from. It's very, very difficult to find these places. These were, the lakes were original places from the indigenous group and near to Peine. And down the photo is, you can see these areas are now in the hand of these are all recognized indigenous areas in the hand of the mining industries, and you have to ask for access. You cannot move there free. These are special territories with very, very exclusive rights and also violence. The main of these guards are, yeah, they have weapons. Yeah, this was not as like that a couple of years ago. Next, yeah. Next, just to jump. Yeah, we jump now. We jump now to Grünheide, the outskirts of Berlin. You can see one photo, but I just will quit on this. Tesla came, Elon Musk came to Germany in 2019. He promised this new gigafactory with the construction of more than 1 million cars. It was foreseen in 1 year. Will give economic revitalization of a very, very suffering region, poor region in German terms of poorness, poverty. Yeah, water instead in change of Chile is recognized as a public good. There are a lot of restrictions in Germany. The agreement to establish the gigafactory exemplifies the scale and ambition of landmark industrial project. The timeline was really fast-tracked. Now, this was in 1 year. You can read this. The location was announced in November 2019, then the construction in July. You can see the photo, the approval was granted, and you can see the building is still not in its final construction, but the advancement was very, very quick and fast. Yeah, the public participation played a significant role. There was a lot of impact assessment on this. 2/3 of 300 hectares acquired parcels are located within a designated water protection zone conducted by, sorry, this is not here, yeah, but it's not SQM, but both the factory during the first expansion phase and the battery factory are entirely situated with this zone. The contraction in this violated the water protection area ordinance from the German government, its law, yeah, the Wasserhaushaltgesetz in German. It was only made possible through an early exemption granted with more than 19 preliminary approvals. So they started in January 2045. There was the work we did with the community was survival of the residents was conducted by social movements, partly supported by the left party here in Berlin. The question was, should an additional 200 hectares of forest located with a landscape, 5 minutes, okay, I'm good, and be converted in industrial areas? 64% more than said no to the proposal. However, the survey was not legally binding, and so they just cut the forest. You're going to see this further on. The groundwater report from 2004, it was published in 2004. The data on the groundwater clearly show that substances have leaked in the groundwater. The most problematic is phenyl chloride. The intervention contradicts not only to the German law, also to the German parliament in 2023 assumed the negative effects of climate crisis. You can see the site, the quotation. Also the European water framework and the just a new scientific advisory council of German federal government, which demand and 2024 that a much more socially balanced and climate resilient water management based on the principles, the need for integration of non-governmental actors, of much more participation and self-organized local public institution. Berlin City Council was very worried about, and they showed really fears about this project on the compromise of the quality of water available to population and surrounding ecosystem. From the outset, so you have on the one side those guys, who support the anticipated economic benefits. They were paid a lot of bribes and a lot of forekickings, right? To regional politics. On the other, the opponents are worried about the environmental impact on the fragile hydrological system. So the community is divided, it's divided, but it's much more growing on the side of the people who are very on the fragile hydrological system. Most of the jobs in the firm, and this is said by different union leaders, are very precarious, and guys who work there don't have the right just to give interviews. Just it was very, very difficult to speak with people working there. Next, this is this was the original site of the 100 hectares, cut last year. Go ahead. Next. This was a factory in 2021. Next. This is when it is finally built. It's still not finished, with a special train station. Next. What is governance in the new green economy? In theory, the green economy promises decouple economic growth with environmental harm. In practice, we've heard it all. We know its implementation of extractivist logic, favor industrial expansion. It's just a new capitalism over ecological protection and over local communities in decision-making process. So political ecology of resource frontiers in the global energy transition needs both sides to see also the extractivism, but also production on the battery needs to work not only in the Atacama, needs to work in the people in Grünheide, in the high-tech industrial expansion in these countries. And if we compare just these movements, that's what we try to do. We know there are all these lacks of participation in the decision-making process. Political ecology of the lithium chain reveals a mismatch in environmental governments. A challenge is the absence of binding international agreements in the sector. The EU and Germany have introduced supply chain regulations, but these are not enough to focus on risk mitigation, and a structural reform is needed. We need a resource governance which is deeply asymmetrical with multinational corporations and industrial nations who only benefit from the extraction, while the affected communities remain with these externalities. In Chile, we have heard on the national lithium strategy was designed to increase private-public partnership agreements, but this will shift power more from to private corporations. There is community participation, but sustainable extraction methods, indigenous communities remain still very skeptical. The local groups have voiced strong opposition to this. In Germany, we have the same. The German government promoted the project as a cornerstone of green transition. I have 1 minute. I will finish in 1 minute, I promise you. Yeah. There's a study of the environmental concerns raised are now, you're going to see that in the next photo, by local residents, supported. If you just look at the photo, these are guys from France, the Soufflement de la Terre. They take the forest, but they took it very pacifically, and they invited the community just to make walks around the forest. What's the use of forest? What's its biodiversity? This forest was replanted. It's very diverse. Also, it seems very monoculture to you. It was raised during the former GDR. So people are very engaged. The police came, watched. There was quit. The answer was very violently against them. They stood in the forest. They took the forest for a couple of weeks. And it was a kind of, let's say an information camp, a kind of new workshop outside about the impacts on these new extractivism and the production of vehicles. Next. This is just a resume. If you're interested, just to compare, we're working in the comparison, and I go to the last slide. The last slide will be, the last in the line. The conclusions, the Green Heide public's opposition led to a municipal survey rejecting Tesla's expansion plan. So it's rejected. It's the majority, it's a decision, and it's still not binding. In the Atacama, they are contested the legitimacy of lithium strategy. The most indigenous communities do worry about these consultation efforts were insufficient and non-binding. Christian said this. We have erode trust in the whole democratic governance, also in Germany, and a deepened resistance to large-scale industrial projects. You can see this in the last election in the East. The people really are very disappointed and don't trust anymore. And we're still a top-down decision-making. The collaborative governance would be much more effective and an adaptive approach. There are some, one of our, what we need to is to create legally binding multiple stakeholder governance council. We know that all. We need to establish much more transparent decision-making mechanism, adapting science-based monitoring systems. We're working on this. Science has to support the movement, but also kind of citizen science that the people can manage the whole information. The green economy can deepen, and it's really deepening. Instead of resolving environmental degradation, governance must be fundamentally reimagined, moving beyond voluntary corporate commitments and state-centric models. We need multi-level governance, anchored binding community consent, scientific transparency. I'm finishing, and the way inclusive and adaptive institutions are not only possible but more effective in a management complex system. It's a way to democratize resource governance and redistribute environmental risk and benefits. I think without these structural changes, this has to be our north. The lithium rush may offer cleaner technologies, but will leave behind familiar scars on ecosystem communities and democratic institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ingo. I think now we have some 25 minutes maximum for the discussion, and you're all welcome to raise your hands, whoever wants to ask the question first. Meanwhile, I will just thanking you for this comparative analysis and for showing us what does it mean to have supply and demand in case of like Germany, car industry, and Chile, but then also that global impact of all these constellations can be reshaped in terms of like Germany looking more into potentially Serbian lithium, so this is not a solution. It's not a solution. We have to think globally that it's not a problem if we like get rid of this company Rio Tinto, that all the other remaining lithium will be extracted from Chile. So please, let's see some hands raised if there are some questions for any panelists, or if you want to comment upon each other's presentation. Yeah, please, Nina.
Hello, everyone. Maybe I can start with a question. And thank you so much to all the panelists for really fascinating presentations. I found there to be a lot of overlap also with the first panel. So yeah, really, really interesting. My question, I think, is mostly related to Mirko's and Tea's presentation, but of course, others are also welcome to answer if they would like. I was really intrigued by what you were saying, Tea, about not only the mine being planetary, but also the resistance being planetary. Even though it's not necessarily coordinated, as you highlighted, we're really seeing movements across increasingly diverse geographies resisting these projects. And I found it to be really interesting in connection to what Mirko was saying, perhaps in terms of a sort of whether we could call it perhaps temporal solidarity, also stretching back into past, not only across different geographies, but also different temporalities, and highlighting, all of these different cases, as you mentioned, from centuries ago, that really constitute violent forms of oppression and a continuation of these extractivist logics. So I was just wondering if, perhaps you would like to comment or expand a bit more about these forms of resistance and how they extend or perhaps even multiply, and what does that mean for resisting the logic as a whole, perhaps. Yeah, thanks again.
Thanks, Nina.
Please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Should I wait?
Yeah, please.
Okay. And I know that I think you referred to Mirko and I, but I'll just invite, and you'll see why in a moment, if Christian wants to add something too, because I'm gonna start my answer in Latin America, and obviously that is also where his research is situated. I mean, I think that, and this is a little bit anecdotal to my research experience and solidarity experience, but I think it's supported in the literature, what I'm about to say, which is that we really first saw a kind of proliferation of more militant forms of direct action that called themselves anti-extractivist in Latin America, starting in the 2000s during the commodity boom of that era. And when we saw a major increase in mining-related investment on the part of some typical sources of investment like US, Canada, European firms, but also, of course, Chinese companies. So we had a really big expansion of the extractive frontier in Latin America, but it really actually starting in the 90s in the neoliberal period, but intensifying during the commodity boom. And at that moment, in some cases, of course, like with the collaboration, we might say, of progressive governments during the pink tide, but also collaboration on the part of neoliberal governments elsewhere in the continent. And what we saw is that this attempt to kind of like, and using the words of Latin American scholars, to reprimarize, to like resituate or reproduce the primary economy kind of role of Latin America in the world system was met, not immediately, because that's not how resistance happens generally, but within the space of a decade was met with increasing protest, but the protest took a novel form where it wasn't necessarily about better terms for the contracts. And I actually don't want to downplay that. That can be a really forceful form of resistance. Some communities do not say no to mining, but they say, only yes if we get our demands met. And I do think we have to attend to that diversity of tactics at the local level. But what we saw was a new thing, which is communities saying no to mining, like Toot Court, and also integrating that into a really actually trenchant analysis of extractivismo as a global system, as the global form that capitalism takes in the peripheries of the world system. So they articulated this idea. They started to use more militant direct action tactics. The community, so-called, and we can also interrogate that to not overly romanticize, but regardless, like the community became the site of the most militant resistance, in some ways superseding labor strikes that had been the more primary form of resistance activity in the past. So anyway, this happens in Latin America. A lot of scholarship and research has been conducted on this wave of anti-extractive protests that continues to the present. What's important is that within Latin America, that we now have really good research showing that that happened in geographic clustering, meaning like communities would learn from neighboring communities, the resistance discourses, tactics, strategies would be passed on, sometimes directly, sometimes there is direct coordination, but other times, as you said, indirectly, through learning about it on social media, through kinship networks, through advocacy alliances, right, that connect these communities translocally. So you have already this geographic proliferation in Latin America. What then starts to happen, and I would say that this really picks up steam with the dynamics we're talking about today, which is the mining related to the energy transition, also related to digital technologies, AI, data centers. So this new wave of mining that's been increasingly securitized so that global North governments are trying to get more mining in the global North for security reasons. Now we see like really similar languages and logics of resistance that I would just say, like, without being too like biased as like a Latin American scholar or whatever, that like these really originated in Latin America, but we see really similar discourses transnationally in again what we could call peripheries or semi-peripheries in some like of the global North, quote unquote. In some of these contexts, we see networks, especially Yes to Life, No to Mining, but also the Earthworks network, like they're kind of like a just clean energy transition network. I forget what it's called, where explicitly there are fora where activists from very dispersed geographies, Africa, Indonesia, Europe, Latin America, come together. But as you also said, a lot of it is almost like in parallel, not always explicitly coordinated, but having similar responses to similar triggers, like triggers for protests, like not being consulted, being repressed, being cut out of even legally binding like information session, like all of similar grievances like around water and environment. But oftentimes I'll just say that it's not directly the water or environmental concerns as such that trigger protests. This is just according to the data. It is that combined with a feeling of exclusion, dispossession, and outright criminalization. When those combine, it's very potent. And we see basically, again, not to like be sounding too much like a generalizable social scientist, but we basically see that when those factors combine, we get protest. And then the scale and militancy of protest can often depend on the governance regime. Like, are we in an authoritarian context where communities have very few rights or political space? Are we in a semi-authoritarian, like hybrid regime type of thing? Serbia, Hungary. I mean, I don't know how you want to classify those regimes where there's a little more space for protest, but also high risk, right? Are you in a democracy, you know, with formal mechanisms? A lot of the case in Latin America, I would say part of the reason we see more protests is that movements have also won rights, won court decisions that gives them more political space. And I'll just end by saying you have the most like legal innovations that are in favor of communities, ecosystems, and nature and indigenous communities in Latin America. It's also sometimes the gap between the legal victories and the actual implementation that creates a space for protest. In some of these other contexts, you don't have the legal victories yet. And so people are fighting to get basic like rights to consultation, et cetera. And then later they will fight when those are not enforced, right? So you also see a temporal dynamic, not to use a same word to talk about what Mirko was talking about, which is a broader temporal longue durée dynamic, but you also have these temporalities of protest, legality kind of in the present. Okay, I'll stop there because I know I said a lot.
Thanks. Mirko, would you like to comment? Because you were also invited to answer.
Well, maybe we can stay with Latin America. If Christian want to jump in first, then if you feel like.
Well, to add something shortly. Yeah, you can see in some cases a professionalization of protests, and also people then develop different kind of strategies and building networks around the world, and it's really contested. Sometimes some kind of groups goes to some networks to the other, and that is happening a lot because the people there in the place try to engage with some strategies that make sense for them. That's why you have a lot of plurality of different response. That depends of the context, a lot of the story of the legacies of which kind of relation this specific community has built in the past, or which kind of negotiation were a success for them. And a lot of people try to share that ideas. That creates some kind of alliance, that creates some kind of divisions, but it's a really dynamic context, and it's a really contested complex, a really difficult context, because some people is co-opted, and when somebody appears in a photo with some, for example, I didn't show it, but there's some part of the community was in a photo with the president of the mining company in the war, because they tried to have an agreement. Finally, they didn't, but they got marked, and nobody wants to be with them anymore. But it's a really, really difficult. It's not black or white. That's why but this kind of networks are there, and you have a lot of different. If you are from a community, you don't know how to engage on which kind is like the proper for you. But this kind of things happen in Chile, in Latin America in general. The people is building alliance and try to learn about the experience of the other. That helps a lot. Sometimes they fit, sometimes not. But this is a really, really dynamic, how you can say it, horizon. Then you can say it here, and then the people start to engage also with of all of the continent. Sorry, I don't want to say too much, but that's it. Just
Thanks. Mirko, would you comment, or we go to Ingo's question, or?
Oh yeah, I guess just kind of, shortly reply. Yeah, I think there is lots of knowledge, even though it's hard to trace that directly, but yeah, knowledge transfer like from Latin America coming to Europe regarding activismo, and also specifically also just how to organize, because there is a long tradition, of course, and also lots of analysis of and now increasingly the same enterprises, the same supply chains and so forth. But yeah, speaking from the kind of same peripheries, I mean, I don't know, I'm a bit strong because there is also specificity here in North Europe, it being the only area which has a recognized indigenous population, the Sami. So there is very strong resonances there, and also very, very long tradition of the earth and water defenders. But kind of circling back to the Balkans, I think, and also reflection to the first panel, I think there is obviously the kind of lots of work to really, I mean, like in all these struggles, of course, the kind of the major point being, of course, the generated tension between, jobs and sort of, the environment, and how to dismantle it. And I think one ways in which we are seeing happening this, like say in the Balkans, and now it's key, I think, also to expand also beyond Serbia, because we have very similar processes across the region, both the kind of non-EU part, but also to acknowledge very long standing also like struggles in Bulgaria, Romania, Greece, but also all the kind of ex-Yugoslav republics, I would say, many of them, or regions. I think, especially this post-socialist context, and this we have the added kind of complexity. That's why Chile, I think, is, and some Latin American countries that also had different versions of socialism are also it's super important. But, say like, there is this fact, not thinking about Tea's book, like on Ecuador and all the research, like, there was a moment in time, like for a bit, that actually there was only state enterprises. And say in East Serbia, I think it's very essential to also understand what's going on, like with the former, major copper gold mining district that was actually self-managed by the workers. But actually also this area in Western Serbia was a self-managed mining combine. I mentioned that then was privatized and turned into a disaster. So there was a moment in time when there was the kind of this resource nationalism, we could say, we had it, and then it had its own, of course, dynamics. But still, I think that one of the major takeaways from the kind of the organizing is that it's what's being kind of, and a lot of this organizing, I really want to go back also to like Pravo na vodu was here, to the kind of movement against the small hydropower. It is really about kind of really dismantling the kind of the actual peripheral, I mean, the kind of the tension between and the exploitation of the countryside versus the city. which was indeed one of the major outcomes of that kind of state socialism. Like we can go into details, but indeed, like what was very much, the land reforms and the kind of there's lots of grievances from the Yugoslav times, from the kind of farmers or small scale landowners. It's there, and some of these moments really kind of are driven by the farmers, campesinos, and people living off land, or actually also very important, also having like sometimes mixed like kind of livelihoods between urban and rural, which is also another topic. But so there is a moment where we see these moments being actually led by let's like village communities, and then actually urban precariat joining in different ways of the precariat or lower middle class and some parts of middle class. So I think this is super crucial, and then how this relates to then the kind of struggles for other struggles like which are in the region, like migrant justice and the border regimes that exist. I think that's something that's another aspect that we are also dealing with, how like the Balkans is indeed in this EU, migrant route, how we are policing the EU. We are part of the Fortress Europe. That's part of our job. We are then also, exporting labor, like cheap labor, also cognitive labor to the global north, protecting the global north. Now the commodities are asked also, and that people, of course, there's lots of resistance to all this process. Now it's all coming in very novel formations. And I think, yeah, we have new class, I would say, class formation emerging that actually it's never been seen, I would say, in the region, if not in some aspects of the kind of like early like communist party organizing like around the turn of the century, like when there was like much more blurred lines between village like people, like rural experience and the city. So I think that's lots going on there actually. Yeah, and not the least, just to mention, of course, the kind of very long process of depatriarchalization of like political life that's also happening in the movements, where women are taking very much more space, I would say, than maybe previous like wave of organizing and so forth. So yeah, I think that's also huge happening. And also, of course, the interethnic organizing. We didn't touch on that, but I think that's essential. So that actually there is lots of work toward actually just dismantle these borders across the borders affected, but also the ethnical that exist in the region are perpetuated by the kind of almost all the governments, I would say, for their profits. And yeah.
Thanks. I think Ingo, you had a question?
Yeah, two questions. Maybe a bit out of the box, and the first to Christian, because the next is for Mirko, and he just can be a bit breathing. Christian, what can you say me about there's a kind of partnership between the German Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit and corporations such as BASF, Mercedes-Benz, and they're speaking about governance to assess these lithium mining industry. Is this a private governance? Is this a public? How is this working? How are the indigenous communities in bed? For us, it demonstrates these kind of, they self-monitor what they do. They self-decide if there's a kind of impact, but they fail to address the deeper nature of extractivism. And the second question maybe is for Mirko. Mirko, Mina, Rio Tinto started their activities in Chile in 1989, and they were always thought like very sustainable. So this was they're doing things different. They also have a governance for local people. They call it governance for indigenous people. And I would like to know if in Serbia, is there kind of community reassessment of this sustainability? How's they work with or against with the communities? How are these working on? And maybe the communities are doing what I tried to show in one of these slides, that they reassess their own paid these impact studies paid by them and financed by them just to get more evidence on the real impact. Thank you.
Okay. Well, first of all, need to be said that the GIZ is working with the Chilean government side. I don't know, long time. They have an office. They had an office in the Ministry of Energy, the inside, because they developed this idea of the energy transition that tried to export it to Chile. and was really well received. And they have a kind of reputation there in Chile. Now, with all the money that come from the German industrial industry, they develop a strategy here inside Germany with the car owners and some other key players. And in Chile, they have this kind of project, the governance project and the multi-actor table. That's the name. And they try to engage. The government open the doors, and they try to engage with the indigenous community, and nobody really engage with that. Some part of the indigenous community, they part of the table, they receive the benefits, but the biggest part of the people, they reject be part of this. But they also present these initiatives as a good practice, and they are doing the right way. And they are doing the same in other aspect. In the green industry, they spend a lot of money in studies, blah, 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 and in lithium also. And they present this initiative, they present the results. They traveled to Germany. I saw them in Berlin, and they invite some kind of indigenous people, and they using the classic customs on the. And they also part of the company. They said they were using some kind of jacket they were made for the people, and tried to sell this appearance of they are doing good things there. But in the ground, everybody knows that this is just like a kind of pantomime. I don't know how to say it in English, but it's that they receive a lot of money, and they try to still. They have a website, and you can see all what they do there. It's kind of a what you can say, marketing thing more. But don't really had not really impact in the field more than that. It's for outside, That's my opinion, and that's what the people told me. People from the academia, people that live there, part of the indigenous communities, people from the state also. But that is one of kind of performance that the German government is doing. But in this case, the GIZ is working as a private consultant, because they sometimes work like as a governmental agency of cooperation, but also they sometimes act as a private consultant, and nobody knows. Nobody knows when they are working for the private sector and when they are working for the government.
Yeah.
It's really a bit tricky. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, regretfully, some people have to leave. But let's try to.
Shall I follow up with Ingo's question?
Mirko to answer, yeah?
Yeah, and thanks. I mean, actually, yeah, I you kind of mentioned actually what I want to say. So without going too much into details, I think there is people in the room, and Nina, for example, done a lot of work also really studying up this local implementation of the project, so to say, and how the company operates locally. But I think that's where exactly, for example, where it's essential knowledge for Latin America. Like there is a specific type of experience in like post-Yugoslavian space, but actually the advent of these multinational corporations, this shape and form is very recent. So I would say really there is actually lots of learning going on. Really, in terms of understanding actually all these much more like a lot of this corporate counterinsurgency, corporate science has been tried and tested in fact indeed first Latin America, Africa, Southeast Asia, Pacific, so forth. So, and this is like the mining boom in Serbia starts essentially after the democratic revolution in 2000, and Rio Tinto and Zijin Mining and others started coming in slowly and developing. So actually, and also just to say, also it's an evolving dynamic, of course, that like the companies are changing very quickly. But I think what's not acknowledged there, and indeed, like Rio Tinto today, or BHP, or even like Barrick or whatever, they're doing. I can't say I don't give them actually a lot of credit, but whatever they're doing and the things they have changed, and some of them they have, respecting like 20 or 30, 50 years ago, I think it's not given the credit that actually, I would say overwhelming majority of this comes because of the social movements. Mining industry has been trying, is doing so much. I don't want to say trying, especially in the wake of 90s, the commodity boom, and and I think it's actual, of course, reaction. But then you see that on the kind of the problem being, of course, there's a billion problems, but then actually there are constants, and then actually it becomes even much more. It can become much more insidious in terms of like community, like operations, like how the communities are divided, how soft engineering of extraction works. I think there is so much like happening there in terms of on the corporate level plus state, corporate state conjunctions. Just to say briefly to your question, I think we experienced in Serbia, for example, with this project, then the first swipe Rio Tinto indeed managed to quash pretty much like academic dissent because they commissioned studies for plenty of public universities. So indeed, now we're having this discussion 25, and some of them we had earlier. But this project has been developed for 20 plus years and last 5 extended. It was not possible until very recently to have this discussion. This is like we're in a university space now in Serbia. But indeed, Rio Tinto came in and is sort of had contracts and commissioned studies from major faculties that are public, which meant also that they had contracts not to speak out in a way, or that's how it was interpreted. So indeed, in first several years, it was very hard for the movements to find independent assessment, and it is still very hard. So the extent of corporate science and the resources mobilized is just disproportionate now. It is growing by the day, even though, of course, there's lots of resistant research, militant research, but I would say there is still a very huge disproportion in the actual resources and people available to movements, really, both in the global north and obviously much more in the global south and the semi-peripheries in between. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, too bad even I had to leave. I had some questions for her as well. But now we're getting close to the time when we need to wrap up. There was always this question, also Ter raised this question about defining certain regime. And also what mentioned, Mirko just mentioned semi-periphery. I think this would be the proper way to analyze the region or Serbia. I always tend to find, let's say, non-academic evocative descriptions of this regime in Serbia. So I would say it's a criminal regime that hijacked the country. So not to put it in academic terms, but this would be a very blunt way to say what is happening. Do you have some, let's say, final sentence, each of you, with, or a final question, and then we wrap it up in one sentence, Olga and myself, if you want to conclude, because I wanted to ask so many questions, but there will be more talks like this, and especially the question of strategies of resistance that can be compared globally, what we can learn and what we can combine. So there are many open issues, but please, if you want just to have one last statement, it will be really great. Yeah, if you feel like. Who would like to start?
I'll just say something briefly because then I'm so sorry, but I'll try to wait for everyone, but then I have to go because I have something else. But
Okay.
yeah, no, this was such a good roundtable or panel, and I'm sorry that I missed the prior one, but if that ends up being publicized in any way, I would love to watch it. Yeah, I think that maybe just two things like that are more just prompts for like further discussion in the future. One is, I think we need to think a lot about how to apply these world systems terms and like how to situate these different geographies without flattening inequalities, but also like attending to some similarities. I guess I'll just reiterate that I think there's a lot of interesting work happening in Hungary on this front. And I think maybe you're already in these conversations, but a Hungary, Serbia, Latin America roundtable, I think could be very interesting in the future. And the second, and this is a provocation, but and this I said in passing to Christian in a way, or in response to him, like, is the position of the kind of collective here assembled today that like, all green industrial policy is just a reproduction of green capitalism or of colonialism, or is there like a vision of green industrial policy that is, in dialogue with the resistance struggles. And I think for me, there is some possibility there, but I don't impose that view on anyone else. But I do think it's worthwhile thinking through what a positive political economy program might look like for these different societies and economies, again, situated quite differently in the global economy. And if we can sort of bring in some of the ideas from the new international economic order from the 1970s, think about how they relate to the present, rather than just like relegate that entire realm to like elite actors, because I think there's actually a lot to offer from people in this room of how to rethink, what a green transformation would actually look like. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Christian, would you like you to continue with two sentences? Yeah, please.
Yes, sorry. I was a little distracted. I have my song here. But yeah, I think that it's interesting to research all these multiple global things and dynamics that arise from the globalization or from the planetary mining. And it's just not mining because you are not extracting just minerals. We're extracting all. And several things collide and come together. That's the alliance and the cooperation inter all the people then try to resist. It's really, really, really useful because the people learn. And for example, the projects there are in different stage of advance, and they were struggling in the past with the same that is happening here. And it's really useful to listen, well, because you will adapt that realities to your own reality, and maybe you will find new tools and new strategy to resist or to try or to get things or benefits that are not yet on the table, because in some parts of the global, the struggle is another stage, you know, and sometimes it's like you go to the future and to learn from what happened there or what not, and to try to build your own strategy. And I think that is strategically something happened, but also for the scholars is a good also case study, if you want to say it. I don't want to be an academic extractivist about that, but yeah, it will be a really good thing to study, also to research, and also to make like an active research, not just.
Thank you. Mirko, would you like to, offer some haiku statement for the
What do we want?
No.
Climate justice, when? Now,
Poetic.
but yeah, I guess, I mean, there are bits and fragments of, I mean, puzzles, of course. I mean, in this puzzle, there is some positive vision, but I think, of course, we need many more people in the room. And there is, let's say, on the red and green side, there are lots of people working across the region. There is assemblies and gatherings. But again, it's like a lot of this is really like, you know, where is the time and, you know, resources, because there is all these, let's say, highly urgent struggles and situations, and, you know, the policing, the repression. So yeah, and yeah, also to the world systems, I think, yeah, it's also, I think through this now opening somehow, like, what, you know, like through the advent of this kind of extractive logic, I think it is really also this work of really like, yeah, reorienting the region in like amongst ourselves, crucially, because that's absolutely massive amount of work. It's a post-conflict region. It's like we can't get away with it. And also like just, but to understand the kind of the current like government, and I would say not only Serbia, but in how they're embedded, like Hungary, you know, how they are responding to the racial capitalism. These are conversations that, you know, we don't necessarily have historical tools coming, you know, Das Kapital doesn't help in many ways. But, you know, this is happening now somehow. And I think that's like really understanding the continuity is also like between, yeah, you know, the parties that we have now and how they fit in terms of these imperialisms, and also the changing imperialisms now, and also how they are actually enacting sub-imperial, you know, effects, but also how we can have alternatives to this for just transformation. Yeah. So yeah, it's a lot of work, but yeah, thanks everyone. We are doing it.
I get it. Ingo, please, just a final quick.
Yeah, I thought a lot in a way to be more committed. I think it's absolutely important that we work on global education as scientists, that we bring this in school. We need this to build in new curriculums. The people have to know what their kind of development is. They have to know about supply chain. They have to know what is extractivism, what does it mean in Chile, what does it mean. So bringing us together means that we should bring it out to the people and to. I'm a former scientist, and I'm working a lot as a scholar now and teacher. I'm still writing, but it has a sense, a deep sense, to build a very critical new mass of thinkers, and it's not the end of the liberal state as Mr. Trump wants this to be, but of critical thinking, critical theory, be against, be contested, be brave. Second, we need much more evidence-based comparative research between the sites, between extractivism and production. I think this could be a very interesting way in order also to make local action possible. So I'm working with the people from Grünheide, and there are people like you and like we all, they're just affected by that, and they said no. But then what about the no? What is coming after that? No, when they say no. So this means that we need citizen science-based easy information, good information, be more committed than the logical of a research project or a development project, for example. This is a commitment. And the last, much more networking between us and for example, Serbia, Chile. We talk about these reassessment of what is sustainable mining. So what is this about today? Where are the points we have to say no, and where are the points maybe we can collaborate? So these are my 3 points and the way I continue my work.
That's wonderful. I would like to thank you all and give a final word to Olga. There's no more time. I would just
thank you very much.
Maybe Olga, you close the session. No, please.
Maybe Nina would like to, also say a few sentences because she also participated in the first panel.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm sorry. I thought, yeah. Just running out of time. So, please.
Thanks, Olga. Yes, I'll just say one sentence or a few, trying to be brief. Yeah, thank you again for this panel. I mean, I really agree with everything that's been said, especially about making these connections. And one thing that I'm also thinking about as I'm listening to you and what my presentation was on was actually this emancipatory potential of refusal and of exactly as we heard just now of the power of saying no, and how that very act of refusing something, I think already opens up these spaces for possibilities and for alternatives to be imagined, if not necessarily enacted. And I was especially thinking about that when we were talking about the local communities in Serbia, because one thing that they have been doing is really refusing to even speak to the company representatives for the past few years, having recognized that any form of dialogue is basically being used against them. So yeah, that is one thing that I'm also leaving this with, thinking about how we can refuse, not only resist, but also simply refuse some of these narratives that are being put forward as green or sustainable. And thanks again so much, Zoran and Olga, for organizing this. It was really fantastic.
Thank you all from me as well, and it was really inspiring listening to all of your presentations. I really hope that we will continue this discussion, and we will definitely be in touch about our ideas for what we could do next together. We were thinking about a publication that would be available to a broader public, like with maybe paper briefs translated into Serbian and English. So that's one of the ideas that we will contact you with. And about the video, as I explained in the beginning, we are currently blocking our public events in support of the students blocking universities in Serbia. Once we decide to resume our public events at the Institute, we will also publish the video, and I will let you know about that as well. So, yes.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Yeah,
It was
thank you very
nice.
much.